Meanwhile, at Gotham Observatory, while the bat signal pierces the clouds above the city, someone adjusts a telescope for the third time tonight. The focusing knob turns with a soft, familiar click. 1 click, 2 clicks, 3. The stars come into perfect clarity. Dr. Sarah wraps her fingers around her coffee mug, the ceramic one with the chip on the handle that fits perfectly against her thumb. The coffee is lukewarm now, has been for the past hour, but she doesn't mind. The ritual of holding it, of having it near, is more important than the temperature. The signal started 3 weeks ago. Not alarming, not urgent, just curious. A pattern in the infrared spectrum that repeats every 73 seconds, like a cosmic heartbeat. 3 soft pulses, 3 longer ones, 3 soft again. She's been documenting it in her notebook, the one with the worn leather cover, filling page after page with careful observations. Outside, Gotham sleeps its restless sleep. A siren in the distance fading. Now, fading, gone. The observatory dome creaks gently in the night wind, a sound she's heard 10,000 times before. Comforting, familiar. She doesn't know yet that the signal carries the last words of an entire civilization. She doesn't know that beneath the streets visible through her window, Batman's computers have detected the same pattern. For now, it's just her, the stars, and a mystery that unfolds as slowly as steam rising from her coffee. The pen scratches softly against paper as she notes another repetition. 11:42 p.m. Same pattern, same frequency. The stars are whispering something, and she has all night to listen. The Gotham Observatory sits on Founders Hill, like an old friend waiting patiently in the dark. Its copper dome has turned green with age, the patina soft in the moonlight. The stones of its walls have absorbed a century of seasons, rain and snow, summer heat and autumn wind, until they've become part of the landscape itself. Dr. Sarah has been coming here for 15 years. She knows every stair by feel, could navigate the spiralling steps to the observation deck with her eyes closed. 23 steps, turn. 23 more, turn. 23 more, and you're there. The rhythm of it is meditative, her footfalls creating a gentle echo in the tower. Tonight, like most nights, she has the space to herself. The main observation deck is circular, wrapped in windows that look out over the sleeping city. The telescope, that beautiful brass and steel instrument from 1924, stands in the centre like a monument to curiosity. She's modified it over the years, adding modern sensors with careful hands, preserving its character while expanding its capabilities. The brass is worn smooth where generations of astronomers have touched it. Her hands find those same spots now, polished by habit and time. She checks her watch. 2:47 a.m. The city below has quieted to its gentlest rhythm. Somewhere a dog barks once, twice, then settles. The wind moves through the trees on the hillside with a sound like breathing. Up here, wrapped in the observatory's solid walls, these sounds arrive muffled and distant, like memories of sound rather than sound itself. The coffee maker in the corner bubbles softly. It's an old percolator, the kind that takes its time, that fills the room with the smell of brewing long before it's ready. She's had it since graduate school, carried it from apartment to apartment, and now it lives here, providing warmth and routine through the long nights. The signal draws her attention back. She's been tracking it for 3 weeks now, this gentle anomaly in the cosmos. Her notebook lies open on the desk, filled with observations in her careful handwriting. The pattern hasn't varied. 3 short pulses, 3 long, 3 short. Tonight, she's noticed something new. The signal has a quality to it, a texture in the way it moves through frequencies. Like a voice almost, like someone very far away speaking very softly. She adjusts the telescope's tracking, the mechanism moving with well-oiled smoothness. The computer beside her hums quietly, processing data in waves of soft green light across the screen. No alerts, no alarms, just the steady accumulation of information, building like sediment, layer upon layer. The chair creaks familiarly as she settles into it. It's an old office chair she rescued from the university's surplus warehouse, reupholstered with fabric that's worn soft over the years. It knows the shape of her body, supports her through the long hours of observation. She writes in her notebook, October 24th, 2:55 a.m. Signal remains consistent. Frequency, 1420, 405 Mati, pattern unchanged. Duration between repetitions, 73.2 seconds. The pen makes a gentle scratching sound against the paper. She's filled 12 notebooks like this over the years, each one a record of nights spent in conversation with the cosmos. The coffee finishes percolating with a final satisfied gurgle. She rises, stretches, vertebrae popping gently back into alignment, and pours a fresh cup. The warmth spreads through her hands first, then, as she sips, through her chest. It's not good coffee. It's not supposed to be. It's observatory coffee, bitter and strong and perfect for what it is. The observatory settles into its familiar rhythm, coffee brewing softly, equipment humming gently, Sarah's pen moving across paper with quiet scratches. The alarm, a small mechanical clock that she winds before sleeping, whispers to life at 700, pulling her from the thin sleep she finally achieved, around 400. 3 hours of rest feels insufficient because it is insufficient, but there's no alternative. The work must continue, and the work requires hours that exceed what daylight and normal schedules provide. The sleep deficit accumulates like sediment, layer upon layer, but she's learned to function within its constraints. The tent is cold despite the heating unit running all night. Her breath fogs gently in the air when she sits up, small clouds that form and dissipate, like thoughts half remembered from dreams. The blankets that felt barely adequate during sleep now feel precious, and she takes a moment to appreciate their warmth before leaving it behind. Elena's cot is empty. She left for the kitchen before dawn, moving quietly enough not to wake Sarah, though she half registered her departure in that space between dreams and waking. The tent holds the particular emptiness that comes from waking alone in a space designed for multiple occupants, but it's not unpleasant, just different, quieter. The morning routine begins with the necessary but unpleasant task of using the tent's sanitation bucket, a 5-gallon container with a lid that serves as the primary bathroom facility. The settlement has communal facilities, larger structures with multiple stalls and better ventilation, but reaching them requires venturing outside into the cold, and morning is when she prefers to minimize exposure until she's more fully awake and properly layered. After that, necessity is managed. She dresses in the same layers that she wore yesterday. The thermal base layer, 2 shirts, the heavy sweater that her sister knit before everything changed, and the fleece vest that she acquired through the settlement's informal barter economy. Clean clothes are a luxury that requires more water than she can spare for laundry, and everyone has learned to wear the same items multiple days in succession, changing only when smell becomes genuinely offensive or when rare opportunities for washing present themselves. The small mirror that hangs near the workshop entrance shows her what months of this existence have created. Her face thinner than before, with new lines around the eyes and mouth that weren't there on Caprica, with skin that's taken on the slightly greyish cast that inadequate nutrition produces. Her dark hair needs cutting, but doesn't get cutting because barbers charge you. Irish resources that she'd rather spend on materials, and vanity is a luxury that has no place in survival. She looks older than her 32 years, but everyone in the settlement looks older than they should, as if the occupation is aging humanity in accelerated time. Outside, she can hear the settlement coming to life, voices carrying through the cold air, footsteps on frozen pathways, the generators starting their daily cycle, the distant sounds of work beginning in various locations. The snow has stopped falling, which is good news for anyone who needs to move through the settlement, though the accumulated depth from yesterday's storm means that the pathways between tents will need clearing before traffic can flow normally. She exits the tent into the grey morning light, securing the tent flap behind her with the simple combination lock that provides minimal security against theft. The cold hits immediately, finding every gap in her clothing and reminding her that new Capricas, winter is unforgiving to inadequately dressed humans. She pulls on the knit cap that Elena made, covering her ears against wind that cuts across the settlement with particular viciousness. The settlement spreads in all directions, a vast collection of tents and temporary structures that houses approximately 39,000 people, the remnants of humanity after everything changed and the fleet that escaped finally found this planet that seemed habitable enough for settlement. The tents are colour-coded by section. Her area uses tan and brown tents, while other sections have green or grey, or even orange tents, creating a patchwork that from elevation would probably look like some kind of abstract art installation rather than a refugee camp. The pathways between tents are packed earth, now frozen solid and covered with yesterday's snow that's already being trampled into the compacted slush that characterises New Caprica's high traffic areas. People move through the settlement with the hunched posture of those trying to minimise exposure, heading to work assignments or communal facilities or whatever destinations the day requires. No one makes eye contact, no one lingers for conversation. The cold doesn't permit socialising, and the occupation has taught everyone to minimise public interaction anyway. She heads toward the communal dining area where Elena works, her destination this morning, primarily because Elena usually saves her breakfast when supplies permit. The dining area is about a 10-minute walk from her tent, through sections that she's come to know intimately through repeated travel. She passes the medical tent, marked with a red cross and showing signs of activity even at this early hour. She passes the equipment depot where the settlement's shared tools and resources are stored under careful supervision. She passes clusters of tents where families with children live, identifiable by the small toys and decorations that parents have created from scrap materials to make their children's lives slightly less grim. A patrol passes. She can hear the distinctive sound of heavy boots moving in formation, that particular rhythm that security forces develop. The sound has become part of the settlement's soundscape over these months, unwelcome but expected, like the wind or the generator's hum. She continues walking without pause, maintaining the same steady rhythm, though some part of her awareness tracks the patrol's progress until the sounds fade into distance. The patrols maintain visible presence throughout the settlement, walking through designated routes in pairs or trios. Their presence a reminder of authority that doesn't need to be wielded actively to be effective. They don't interact with civilians unless there's reason. No casual conversation, no acknowledging of human presence, just the constant surveillance that reminds everyone who holds power here. She's learned to work through the patrols, to not let them interrupt her routines. The morning continues regardless of who's watching, and breakfast remains important, whether observed or not. The body needs fuel, and Elena usually manages to save something that's marginally better than the general distribution. The dining area is a large tent, one of the settlement's few permanent structures, with long tables and benches arranged in rows that can accommodate several hundred people for communal meals. The space is managed by a rotation of volunteers like Elena, civilians who've taken on the work of feeding the settlement from increasingly inadequate supplies. When she enters, the warmth hits her immediately. The cooking equipment generates heat that makes the dining area one of the settlement's more comfortable spaces, though the smell of the food is less appealing than the temperature. Eleanor is visible at the serving line, ladling something that's nominally soup into bowls for the breakfast crowd. She sees Sarah enter and nods toward an empty seat, near the back where she's apparently saved a spot. Sarah makes her way through the crowd, mostly workers starting early shifts, people who've accepted that breakfast in the communal dining area is more practical than trying to cook in individual tents. The seat is next to Marcus, a man about her age who works in the settlement's waste management system, and who she's become friendly with through repeated proximity. He's eating his soup with the focused attention of someone who knows it might be his only meal until evening, scraping his spoon against the bowl to capture every drop. "Morning," he says quietly, not looking up from his food. "Morning," she replies, settling onto the bench. "How's waste management?" "Could be better," he says, then grins slightly at the understatement. "We're supposed to get new equipment from the supply ships, but they keep delaying delivery. Meanwhile, we're trying to handle 39,000 people's waste with systems designed for maybe half that." She nods sympathetically. Every system in the settlement is overwhelmed, pushed beyond capacity, held together by improvisation and determination. Marcus's job is particularly unpleasant but absolutely necessary. Without proper waste management, disease becomes epidemic, and the settlement's marginal existence becomes genuinely catastrophic. Elena arrives with a bowl of soup and a piece of bread, setting both in front of Sarah with a slight smile. The soup is thin, mostly broth with a few vegetables and what might be grain, but it's hot and nutritionally better than nothing. The bread is dense and dark, made from the mixed grains that constitute the settlement's staple food source, but it's relatively fresh and will provide calories needed for the day ahead. "Saved you the good piece," Elena says quietly, meaning the bread has slightly fewer weevils than average. The grain supplies have weevil issues that no amount of effort has managed to completely resolve, and everyone has learned to accept that bread will have extra protein, whether desired or not. "Thanks," Sarah says sincerely, beginning to eat. The soup is bland but satisfying, warming her core in a way that the heating unit never quite manages. She eats slowly, making the food last, knowing that lunch is uncertain and dinner won't be until evening. The dining area's conversation is the usual mix of complaints and information sharing. Someone's tent heater failed during the night. Someone else got assigned to a work detail they're trying to trade out of. Rumours about policy changes circulate with varying degrees of credibility. The resistance is mentioned in whispers, with the particular combination of hope and skepticism that characterises settlement attitudes toward organised opposition. She finishes her meal and thanks Elena, who's already moving to serve other arrivals. Marcus finishes his own food and stands, preparing to head to whatever waste management tasks await. They exit together, stepping back into the cold that feels even more aggressive after the dining area's warmth. "You still making those toys?" Marcus asks, as they walk back toward their respective areas. "Yeah, still carving," she confirms. "Why?" "My daughter's birthday is next week. She's turning 7, and I want to give her something special. Something that's just hers." He looks slightly embarrassed to be asking. "I can trade for it. I've got some extra rations, or I can do work, whatever you need." Her chest tightens slightly, with the familiar combination of pride and responsibility that requests like this generate. Pride because people value her work enough to seek it out. Responsibility because she knows the importance of these small gestures in maintaining hope for children who've lost so much. "What animal does she like?" she asks, her mind already sorting through available materials and current projects. "She loves those seal cats from Picon. We had a vacation there before." He trails off, not finishing the sentence that everyone leaves unfinished. "Before everything changed, before the worlds burned and humanity became refugees, before normal life became memory." She talks about them all the time, how they'd swim right up to the boat and look at you with those big eyes. "I can make her a seal cat," she confirms, mentally reviewing her wood supplies and determining that she has a piece suitable for the project. "Give me 3 days and I'll have it ready. No need to trade. Consider it a birthday present." Marcus looks genuinely moved by the offer, his eyes getting slightly wet with emotion that parents feel when they can give their children something special. "Thank you. Really. It'll mean everything to her." They separate at the next intersection, Marcus heading toward the waste processing facilities, while she returns toward her tent and the workshop where the seal cat will be carved. The conversation has reminded her of the toy's actual purpose, not as technical exercises or hidden symbols, but as genuine gifts for children who desperately need reminders that adults care about their happiness. Back at the tent, she secures the entrance and returns to the workshop area, where yesterday's projects wait along with the other works in progress. The morning has established the day's pattern. Marcus's commission added to existing work, the workshop's rhythm continuing in its familiar way, another day beginning under circumstances that might be temporary or might be permanent depending on factors beyond anyone's control or understanding. The lamp casts its circle of light, the heating unit maintains its warmth, and the work continues, piece by piece, providing genuine service to children who need beauty in circumstances designed to eliminate it. The hours pass quietly. Sarah returns to her notes, pen moving steadily. The coffee grows cool as she works. Outside, the settlement continues its gentle morning sounds. The observatory settles into its familiar rhythm, coffee brewing softly, equipment humming gently, Sarah's pen moving across paper with quiet scratches. 3 days pass in gentle routine, each one blending into the next like watercolours bleeding together on wet paper. Sarah arrives at the observatory as the sun sets, painting Gotham's skyline in soft oranges and purples that fade gradually into the deep blue of approaching night. She climbs the familiar stairs, 23 steps, turn, 23 more, turn, 23 more, and you're there, her footsteps creating their evening echo in the tower's stone embrace. The signal continues its patient rhythm, as reliable as her own heartbeat. She's transcribed 47 pages of observations now, her notebook filling with the careful documentation of something extraordinary disguised as ordinary repetition. The pattern has become as familiar as the sound of her own breathing, integrated into the background of consciousness, like the hum of the buildings, ventilation, or the distant murmur of the city below. Each night, she follows the same ritual. Unlock the observatory door with the key that's worn smooth under her fingers. Climb the stairs while her hand trails along the banister, polished by generations of astronomers making this same journey. Enter the observation deck and feel the space welcome her back, the instruments waiting patiently in their positions, ready for another night of cosmic conversation. The coffee maker starts first, that reliable old percolator that bubbles and gurgles its way through the brewing process, filling the circular room with warmth and the rich smell of coffee that's terrible in the most perfect way. Then the computers wake up, displays flickering to life with soft electronic whispers, hard drives spinning up with quiet mechanical sighs. Finally, the telescope itself, its tracking motors engaging with barely audible hums as it slews toward the coordinates where the signal waits. Tonight feels different, though she can't immediately say why. The air has a quality to it, a sense of anticipation, like the moment before a storm breaks. The signal appears on her monitors exactly as it has for weeks, but something in its structure suggests change approaching. Not urgently, not dramatically, but with the slow inevitability of seasons turning or stars moving through their courses. Sarah settles into her chair, the old office chair that knows the shape of her body, and begins the evening's work. The notebook opens to a fresh page. The pen flows across paper with practiced ease, and the numbers accumulate in neat columns that record the universe's conversation with itself. 23:47. Signal present. Frequency unchanged. Pattern duration 73.2 seconds. Amplitude steady. 23:48. Signal present. Frequency unchanged. Pattern duration 73.2 seconds. Amplitude is steady. 23:49. Signal present. Frequency unchanged. Pattern duration 73.2 seconds. Amplitude. The pattern stops. Not dramatically. Not with alarms or flashing lights or any of the theatrical flourishes that movies suggest should accompany cosmic events. It simply stops. The way a conversation stops when someone pauses to think about their next words. Sarah sets down her coffee cup, carefully, on the cork coaster that protects the desk's antique wood, and leans forward slightly. Her hands move across the keyboard with practiced ease, no urgency, just careful attention to what might be happening. The monitors show empty spectrum where the signal should be, flat lines where complex patterns had danced for weeks. 1 minute passes in silence, then 2. The emptiness stretches long enough for her to wonder if the signal has ended permanently, if whatever distant source had been broadcasting has finally fallen silent after its long journey across space and time. Then, gentle as dawn breaking over a quiet lake, the signal returns. But it's different now. The original pattern is still there. 3 short pulses, 3 long, 3 short, but layered over it like harmonies in music are additional complexities that make her breath catch with recognition. Mathematics emerge from the chaos, prime numbers marching across frequencies in perfect sequence. The Fibonacci spiral encoded in amplitude variations, pi extending into its infinite decimal places, with precision that speaks of minds that understand beauty in abstraction. It's like listening to someone tune an instrument, finding the right frequency for communication. The signal is establishing a baseline, creating common ground upon which more complex concepts can be built. Sarah recognizes the methodology from first contact protocols theoretical xenolinguists have developed. Start with universal constants, move to shared mathematical principles, gradually build toward more sophisticated exchange. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, not with panic, but with the focused excitement of a scientist witnessing something unprecedented. She instructs the computer to record everything, to analyze the new patterns, to look for structure within what appears to be chaos but clearly isn't. The results come back quickly, confirming what her intuition already knows. This is language. This is first contact. This is the moment humanity learns it's not alone. But more than that, it's an education. The signal isn't just announcing its presence, it's teaching her how to understand it. Binary concepts first, establishing yes, no, 1, 0. Basic building blocks upon which more complex ideas can be constructed. Then mathematics, proving intelligence and providing universal concepts that any technological civilization would recognize. And then, after the foundation is properly laid, something else begins to emerge. Images. The signal is encoding pictures in a format similar to how Earth's old space probes carried their messages to the stars. Instructions for decoding followed by the data itself. But Sarah's equipment, designed for analyzing stellar spectra and tracking variable stars, isn't equipped for this kind of data reconstruction. She needs better programs, more processing power, algorithms designed for communication rather than astronomical observation. Her laptop sits nearby, her personal machine loaded with software she's written herself over years of graduate study and professional research. Her fingers move across its keyboard with the particular rhythm of someone who knows their tools intimately, writing code on the fly, adapting algorithms she'd developed for her doctoral thesis on pulsar signals. The programming is inelegant, assembled from pieces of previous projects and held together with digital equivalent of duct tape, but it works. Line by line, pixel by pixel, an image begins to form on her screen, like a Polaroid photograph developing in slow motion. It's a star map, but not any star map she recognizes. The constellations are wrong, the perspective shifted, the familiar patterns of Earth's night sky absent entirely. It takes her several moments to realize what she's looking at. This is the view from somewhere else, from whatever distant vantage point the signal originates. The stars she knows are there, but seen from a perspective displaced by impossible distances. And in the center of the image, marked with a gentle pulse of emphasized brightness that draws the eye irresistibly, is a single star that she recognizes with a chill of realization. Our Sun, Earth's star, as seen from 2.7 million light-years away, across a gulf of space so vast that light itself takes eons to bridge it. They know where we are, she whispers to the empty observatory. The words hang in the air like steam from her coffee, then dissipate into the silence that surrounds this moment of cosmic recognition. The image changes, replaced by another that emerges with the same slow development. This one shows something that makes even less sense initially. A figure clearly intended to be humanoid, but wrong in ways that suggest it's seen through some distorting medium. The proportions are elongated, stretched, as if viewed through water or atmospheric distortion. The features are obscured, blurred by interference or distance, but there's something familiar about the general shape that tickles the edge of memory. Before she can analyze it further, her equipment begins registering alerts. Not alarms, her systems aren't designed for dramatic warnings, but gentle notifications that someone else is accessing the signal, locking onto the same coordinates, with equipment far more sophisticated than hers. The access logs show connection attempts from sources that shouldn't be possible. The trace leads back to Gotham, but there are no other observatories in Gotham with this capability. There's only a shadow falls across the dome's entrance, distinctive and unmistakable. The silhouette that every citizen of Gotham knows from newspapers and emergency broadcasts, from the times when the bat signal cuts through clouds and criminals pause their work to look up at the sky with sudden unease. Batman steps into the circle of light cast by her working lamp, his cape somehow managing to flow despite the absence of wind in the enclosed space. Those famous pointed ears cut sharp profiles against the curved wall, and the white lenses of his cowl reflect her monitor's glow like technological eyes. "Dr. Sarah," he says, his voice carrying the texture of gravel, tumbling down a mountainside. "We need to discuss what you've discovered." Sarah's mind races through implications and questions, but her astronomer's training keeps her focused on the immediate data. "How do you know about this? How long have you been monitoring the signal?" "I haven't been monitoring your signal," Batman replies, moving into the room with a presence that seems to make the circular space smaller. "I've been tracking a pattern of similar transmissions that began 3 months ago." 3 months? Sarah's scientific mind immediately identifies the discrepancy. "But I've only been detecting this specific signal for 3 weeks. "Because you've been observing one frequency band," Batman explains, approaching her workstation. He's carrying what appears to be a tablet, though its design suggests technology more advanced than anything she's seen in consumer electronics. The transmission is multiplexed across the entire electromagnetic spectrum: radio waves, infrared, visible light, ultraviolet, even gamma rays. Something, wants to ensure the message is received. He shows her the tablet's display, and the data there makes her breath catch. It's the same signal she's been tracking, but amplified, clarified, with layers of information she hadn't known existed. The simple pattern she'd been documenting reveals itself as merely the surface of something vast and complex, like seeing only the tip of an iceberg, while the massive bulk remains hidden below. "The scope is incredible," she breathes, studying the multi-layered transmission. "This isn't just communication, it's a complete information package. History, science, mathematics, star charts, even what looks like cultural data." "More than that," Batman says quietly, manipulating controls on the tablet to reveal deeper layers of the signal. "It's a warning. The transmitters identified themselves 43 hours ago, when I finally decoded the linguistic substrate." He shows her a section of translated text, and the words make her skin crawl with their implications. "Final transmission from Mars. Species designation, Martian. Homeworld status, destroyed. Aggressor species, Imperium. Warning to all receiving civilizations. Danger approaching your coordinates. Prepare defenses. Survival uncertain but possible. End message." "Martian?" Sarah almost laughs, the sound coming out slightly hysterical. "As in little green men from Mars? That's ridiculous. Mars is dead. We've sent dozens of probes there, rovers, orbiters. There's no civilization, no technology, just dust and rocks and carbon dioxide." Not from Mars as it exists now, Batman says patiently. From Mars as it was. The signal carries temporal displacement markers. It's not coming from 2.7 million light-years away in space. It's coming from 2.7 million years ago in time, bounced through dimensional folds that our physics barely acknowledges exist. He pauses, looking out through the dome's opening at the stars above Gotham, their ancient light carrying secrets humanity is only beginning to understand. Mars had a civilization once, an ancient race technologically advanced beyond our current capabilities, with mental abilities we can barely comprehend. They had achieved a level of harmony between consciousness and matter that made them almost godlike by our standards. And then something came from the void between galaxies, something that consumed their entire world. Batman brings up another display on his tablet, showing what appears to be a massive mechanical construct surrounded by smaller versions of itself. The scale indicators suggest the central structure is approximately the size of Earth's moon, while its escorts are merely continent-sized. The design is all angles and darkness, geometry that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. The Imperium, Batman continues, his voice carrying the weight of threat assessment and strategic planning. They consume worlds systematically, strip them of resources and life, then move on to the next target. Mars fought them for 100 years before falling. The Martians' final act was to send this warning across space and time, hoping other civilizations might have better success against an enemy that had never been defeated. Sarah stares at the images, her mind struggling to process information that challenges everything she thought she knew about the universe. This construct, it's still out there? The signal suggests yes. The Imperium follows a predictable pattern. They move from galaxy to galaxy, consuming everything useful, leaving dead worlds in their wake. Based on the trajectory data embedded in the transmission, they'll reach our galaxy within 6 to 8 months. 6 to 8 months. The timeline lands like a physical weight in Sarah's chest. Our defenses, our technology, we're nothing compared to what Mars apparently had. If they couldn't stop this Imperium... Mars fell because they were isolated, Batman interrupts, though not unkindly. They faced the Imperium alone, without allies, without warning of what was coming. Earth has advantages Mars didn't have. What advantages? Sarah asks, trying to keep despair out of her voice. Batman's cowl turns toward her, and even through the technological intimidation of his appearance, she catches something that might be hope. We have warning, thanks to you recognizing the signal's importance. We have time to prepare. We have allies, both terrestrial and otherwise, who Mars never had. And we have something the Imperium has apparently never encountered before. Which is? Chaos, Batman says, and there's definitely something like humor in his voice now. Mars was a unified world, a single civilization with consistent technology and coordinated response capabilities. Earth is a mess of competing nations, conflicting ideologies, and incompatible technologies. What looks like weakness from our perspective might be strength from theirs. They've never faced a target that can't be predicted or unified opposition that changes its tactics faster than they can adapt. He places a device on her desk, a communicator of some kind, sleek black construction with no visible buttons or displays. This will connect you directly to me and to others who need to know what you discover. The signal is still transmitting. There's more data coming through, more information about Imperium tactics, weaknesses, technological capabilities. Every bit of intelligence could save millions of lives. Others? Sarah asks, her astronomer's curiosity overriding her fear. The Justice League, government agencies, who exactly knows about this? It's complicated, Batman says, which isn't really an answer, but somehow conveys more information than a detailed explanation would. For now, focus on the signal. Document everything you can decode. Look for tactical intelligence, technological specifications, anything that might give us advantages when the Imperium arrives. He moves toward the dome's entrance, cape flowing with that impossible grace that seems to defy basic physics. And Dr. Sarah, tell no one else about this, not yet. If word gets out that an alien invasion is approaching Earth, the panic could destroy civilization before the Imperium even arrives. Humanity needs to be prepared, not terrified. And then he's gone, vanished into the Gotham night, as if he was never there. The only proof of his presence is the communicator on her desk and the impossible data still streaming across her monitors. Sarah sits alone in the observatory, surrounded by evidence of humanity's impending contact with something vast and hostile. Outside, Gotham continues its nocturnal existence, citizens going about their evening routines, unaware that above them, an astronomer has just learned the universe contains enemies as well as wonders. She reaches for her coffee, finds it cold, and makes a decision. If she's going to help save the world from an alien invasion, she's going to need better coffee, and probably a lot more of it. The coffee maker gurgles back to life as she starts a fresh pot. The signal continues its patient transmission, carrying the last words of Mars across impossible distances to a small blue world that's about to learn it's not as alone as it thought. The hours pass quietly. Sarah returns to her careful documentation, pen moving steadily across notebook pages. The coffee grows warm in her hands. Outside, the city continues its gentle night sounds, unaware of the cosmic drama unfolding in the observatory above. The observatory settles into evening quiet, equipment humming its familiar tune. Sarah's notebook open, waiting for tonight's observations. The darkness begins to lighten, almost imperceptibly, at the tent's edges, though Sarah remains still on her cot, not quite sleeping, but not fully awake either. She's suspended in that peaceful space between consciousness and dreams, where thoughts drift without effort, where the mind processes the day's events in gentle waves rather than sharp analysis. Elena has been asleep for hours, her breathing regular and undisturbed from her cot across the small space. The rhythm of it has become part of Sarah's own sleep cycle, a human metronome marking time through the night hours. Sometimes, Elena talks in her sleep, fragments of conversations with people who aren't there, memories of life before the occupation surfacing in dreams. Tonight she's quiet, deeply rested, in the way that comes after days of exhausting work. Outside, the settlement holds its pre-dawn stillness. Even the patrol schedules seem gentler during these hours, the mechanical footsteps less frequent, as if the occupation itself acknowledges that deep night belongs to rest rather than surveillance. The wind moves through the tent rows, with soft whispers, canvas walls breathing in the cold air, creating a rhythm that matches Elena's sleeping breath. The heating unit maintains its steady hum, that reliable mechanical presence that's become as comforting as a heartbeat. The fuel allocation is carefully rationed, but Eleanor has developed friendships in the distribution centre that occasionally result in extra heating hours, small kindnesses that make survival possible, the informal networks of care that grow between people who share hardship. Sarah's consciousness drifts between awareness and sleep, mind processing fragments of the day's work. The seal cap for Marcus's daughter is progressing well, the basic form carved, the details taking shape through careful attention. Tomorrow, she'll work on the eyes, those crucial features that will give the toy its expression of gentle intelligence. The glass beads wait in her supplies, tiny spheres of colour that will become windows into a carved soul. The tent flap rustles softly, someone entering the outer area where their sleeping space is located. Eleanor stirs slightly, but doesn't wake, her body recognising familiar sounds that don't require alertness. Sarah knows the pattern of movement immediately. Elena, returning from her evening kitchen shift, though later than usual, her footsteps approach the canvas divider that separates workshop from living space, then pause. "Sorry I'm so late," Eleanor whispers, her voice carrying exhaustion that goes beyond physical tiredness. "They kept us for inventory again. The supplies," she trails off, setting down containers that Sarah can't see but can hear, the soft clink of metal against metal, the careful placement of items that must be preserved. Sarah sits up slowly, letting consciousness return gradually rather than forcing alertness. "Everything all right?" "Same problems, different day," Eleanor replies, moving carefully in the darkness to avoid disturbing the tent's organisation. "Food allocations are down again. We're stretching recipes that were already stretched too thin. People are patient, but patience has limits when children are involved." She settles near the heating unit, and Sarah can see her now in the dim glow of its status lights. Elena looks older in this light, the shadows emphasizing new lines that worry and responsibility have carved into features that were carefree just months ago. Her work clothes hang loose. Everyone has lost weight since the occupation began, calories carefully rationed to maintain function rather than comfort. "I brought soup," Elena says, producing a container that radiates warmth into the cold air. "Not much, but it's something warm for tonight." Sarah accepts the soup gratefully, the container heating her hands. Even through its metal walls, the liquid inside smells of vegetables and herbs that Elena somehow manages to acquire through kitchen connections, flavours that make even simple broths taste like care given form. They eat in comfortable silence, sisters sharing the quiet communion that comes from understanding each other without needing words. The soup is good, better than the usual rations, with depth of flavour that speaks of careful preparation despite limited ingredients. Eleanor has always had a talent for making something special from whatever materials are available. "Any visitors today?" Elena asks quietly, settling back against her cot with the empty soup container balanced on her knees. "Marcus came by," Sarah replies, thinking of the request that still sits warm in her chest. His daughter's birthday next week, 7 years old. He wants to commission a seal cat. Elena's expression softens at the mention of a child's birthday. In the settlement, children's celebrations have become community events, small moments of joy that everyone protects fiercely. "That's sweet. She'll love it. You have material for something that size?" "I've got that piece of driftwood from the beach cleanup. Good grain, interesting coloration. It'll make a beautiful seal cat." Sarah runs through the project mentally, visualizing the carved animal that will emerge from careful work. "He offered to pay, but it's a child's birthday gift," Elena finishes with understanding. Some things shouldn't have prices attached. They settle into deeper quiet as the soup's warmth spreads through their bodies. Outside, the settlement continues its evening progression toward night. Voices carry softly through the cold air. Families finishing dinner, parents putting children to bed. The gentle murmur of people maintaining human routines despite inhuman circumstances. Sarah's notebook sits closed on the small table between their cots, filled with the day's observations and plans for tomorrow's work. The seal cat's design is sketched on page 47, rough lines that will guide the carving process. Each commissioned piece requires this preparation phase, the translation from request to possibility to completed reality. "I saw something interesting at the market today," Elena mentions, her voice carrying the particular tone that suggests information worth sharing. "That woman with the administrative duties, Gina, she was asking about crafts, about whether anyone makes small decorative objects." Sarah's attention sharpens slightly. Gina has appeared at the tent several times, always with legitimate administrative reasons, always professional and helpful. But Sarah has noticed details about her visits, the way she examines the workshop, the careful attention she pays to completed pieces, the questions that seem to probe beyond simple curiosity. "What kind of decorative objects?" Sarah asks. She didn't specify, just general inquiry about local artisans, whether anyone has skills in detailed work. "I mentioned you naturally. Hope that's all right." "Of course it's all right." Sarah considers this information, adding it to the growing collection of observations about settlement dynamics. Did she seem interested in anything particular? Hard to say. She's good at keeping her real thoughts private, comes with the administrative role, I suppose, but she asked about your background, your experience with precision work. Elena pauses, studying Sarah's face in the heating unit's dim glow. Is there something I should know about your work? About the pieces you've been making? The question hangs in the air between them, loaded with implications neither sister wants to examine too closely. Sarah has been careful about discussing the more complex aspects of her recent projects, but Eleanor isn't naive. She's noticed changes in the workshop routine, observed materials that don't quite match the simple toy making that Sarah claims as her primary activity. My work is making toys for children, Sarah says carefully. Sometimes adults commission pieces for gifts or personal reasons. Nothing more complicated than carved animals that bring joy to people who need it. Elena nods acceptance of this explanation, though her expression suggests she understands there might be layers beneath the simple surface. Sisters develop instincts about each other's secrets, knowing when to probe and when to allow privacy. This is clearly a moment for the latter. Well, whatever Gina wants, she seems like someone worth knowing, Eleanor says, shifting the conversation back to safer ground. She's been helpful with resource allocation, gets things done without unnecessary bureaucracy. In a place like this, that's valuable. The conversation continues in this comfortable vein for another 20 minutes, touching on settlement gossip and practical concerns, sharing the small observations that help them both understand their environment. Elena mentions kitchen politics, personality conflicts that arise when people work in close quarters under stress. Sarah describes progress on current projects, the satisfaction of seeing carved wood transform into recognizable forms. When their containers are empty and washed, water carefully conserved, every drop precious, Elena announces her intention to sleep. The kitchen requires her presence at 0500 tomorrow, which means she needs whatever rest she can manage before the alarm sounds. She changes behind the canvas divider, moving with the efficient motions of someone who's learned to live in minimal space. Don't work too late, she says, settling into her cot with the multiple blankets she's accumulated through trades and discoveries. You need rest too, and the pieces will still be there tomorrow. I won't work much longer, Sarah promises, though they both know she'll probably spend another hour or two in the workshop before exhaustion forces her to stop. The night hours are when concentration comes easiest, when the settlement's quieter rhythms allow for focused attention on detailed work. Sarah waits until Eleanor's breathing settles into the regular pattern of sleep, then moves quietly to the workshop area. Not for heavy carving, that would disturb Elena's rest, but for planning work, organising materials, preparing for tomorrow's projects. The seal cat waits on its shelf, basic form complete, but detail still requiring attention. She studies it in the lamp's gentle light, visualising the finished piece. The wood's grain suggests natural lines for fur texture. The head's proportions are correct for the gentle expression that seal cats display when they're curious but not alarmed. She opens her notebook to the sketch page, adding refinements to the original design. The whiskers will be carved rather than added separately. More durable for a child's toy, less likely to break under loving handling. The eyes will be positioned slightly higher than realistic, emphasizing the intelligence that makes the species appealing to humans. The work proceeds in quiet contemplation, hands organizing tools and materials while mind processes the day's events and tomorrow's possibilities. This is meditation as much as preparation, the peaceful focus that comes from working with familiar objects toward familiar goals. Outside, the settlement settles into deeper night. Voices fade as people retreat to their shelters. Footsteps become less frequent on the pathways. The generators shift to night cycle, their hum becoming softer, less intrusive. Even the heating units seem to run more quietly during these hours, as if mechanical systems acknowledge the sovereignty of sleep. Sarah works for perhaps an hour before the accumulated tiredness becomes too strong to ignore. The day's activities have worn on her more than usual. The conversation with Marcus, the emotional weight of promising joy to a child she's never met, the gentle responsibility of creating something that will matter in ways beyond its simple function. She organises the workspace for tomorrow, tools arranged for efficiency, materials positioned for easy access. The notebook closes with a soft whisper of pages settling together. The lamp gets extinguished, conserving fuel that's rationed carefully throughout the settlement. Her cot waits with its thin mattress and accumulated blankets, the layers that barely keep the cold at bay, but that represent the best she can manage under current circumstances. She settles under them, letting the day's tensions gradually release from shoulders and back and hands that have held tools for hours. Elena's breathing provides familiar rhythm from her cot across the small space. The heating unit continues its steady hum. Outside, the wind works constantly against canvas walls, creating the flutter that's become as familiar as her own pulse. Sleep approaches gradually, consciousness loosening in stages rather than all at once. Tomorrow will bring new work, the Seal Cat's continuation, other projects demanding attention, whatever commissions or requests arrive during the day. But tomorrow is hours away yet. For now, there is only this, the familiar tent space settling into night, the workshop nearby holding its tools and projects in patient arrangement, and the gradual drift towards sleep that comes more easily when the day has been productive and purposeful. The cold presses against canvas walls. The wind continues its endless work. And inside this small shelter, two sisters rest from another day survived, gathering strength for whatever tomorrow requires, maintaining their humanity through shared meals and quiet conversation and the steady work of hands that refuse to stop creating beauty despite circumstances designed to crush it. The darkness deepens. The settlement quiets further, and sleep approaches gradually, bringing whatever dreams come to those who live under occupation, dreams of worlds lost, of futures uncertain, of children playing with toys carved from hope and gifted with love. The work continues, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, each piece a small defiance, each gift a reminder that humanity persists, each carved animal a testament that even in difficult times, some still believe that children deserve beauty. Rest comes eventually. The workshop waits in darkness, and the night progresses in its inevitable motion toward dawn. She's flying. No, she's watching someone fly, experiencing their memory of soaring through Martian skies that are blue-green with life. Below stretches a city of crystal spires, each one grown rather than built, harmonizing with thought patterns she almost understands. The joy of flight fills her, borrowed from a consciousness that died millions of years before Earth developed multicellular life. Focus, John's voice anchors her. Don't lose yourself in the beauty. We need the final days. The memory shifts and the sky burns. Sarah gasps, or thinks she does, as the peaceful scene transforms into nightmare. The Imperium ships darken the sky like geometric storms, their presence wrong on a fundamental level that makes her human mind recoil. She's seeing through Martian eyes that can perceive more spectrums than humans, and what she sees in those expanded frequencies is pure entropy, negation given form. The Martians fight. God, how they fight. Sarah experiences fragments of their defense, telepaths linking minds across continents to coordinate resistance, shapeshifters becoming living weapons, warriors who can phase through matter striking at enemy vessels from within. For a moment, she thinks they might win. Then the Imperium deploys their psionic disruptor. The shared agony nearly breaks her connection, but Tim's presence grounds her, his younger mind more adaptable, riding the chaos like a digital native surfing data streams. Through their link, she feels him passing the information, categorizing the weapons, the tactics, the technologies being deployed on both sides. There, John guides them towards specific memories, the Science Council's final session. The scene shifts to an underground chamber, where the last Martian scientists work frantically. Sarah recognizes the desperation in their movements. It's the same energy that fills researchers facing an impossible deadline, but magnified by the knowledge that their entire species depends on their success. They're building something. Not a weapon, but a signal, a transmission powerful enough to breach dimensional barriers. The Echo Archive, she realizes, watching them encode millions of consciousness patterns into quantum structures that human science won't discover for millennia. But there's something else. One scientist, elderly even by Martian standards, works on a separate project. His thoughts are shielded from the others, his work hidden. Through the memory, Sarah feels John's surprise. This is new to him too, a secret kept even from the collective consciousness. The elderly Martian completes his work just as the Imperium breaches the chamber's defences. In his final moments, he uploads his discovery to the Echo Archive, hidden in layers that would only unlock when the memory fractures. As John pulls them back to the present, Sarah finds herself on her knees, Tim retching in a wastebasket. Dr. Stone and Dr. Palmer rushing to their aid with water and concerned expressions. "What did you see?" Dr. Stone asks urgently. Sarah accepts the water gratefully, her throat raw as if she'd been screaming. Everything. The invasion, the resistance, the fall. But there was something else, something hidden. "The Thanatos Protocol," John says quietly, his form flickering between solid and translucent as he recovers from the psychic strain. "My people's final contingency. I never knew it existed." "What is it?" Tim asks, wiping his mouth, and already reaching for his laptop despite his obvious distress. John projects an image holographically, mathematical formulae that seem to twist through dimensions. A virus, but not biological or digital. It's psionic, designed to infect the Imperium's hive consciousness. The scientist who created it realized that the Imperium's greatest strength, their unified mind, was also their weakness. A properly designed psionic virus could cascade through their entire network. "But Mars didn't have time to deploy it," Sarah says, understanding flooding through her. "No. By the time it was ready, our telepaths were dead or incapacitated. We couldn't deliver it." John's red eyes gleam with something that might be hope. "But Earth has advantages Mars didn't. You have technology that could amplify and transmit psionic energy. You have allies who understand both science and, as you call it, magic. You have time to prepare." "How much of the virus data is in the archive?" Dr. Palmer asks, already pulling up displays to analyse what they'd recovered. "All of it," John confirms, hidden in the layers Tim discovered, waiting for someone to find it. "My ancestor encoded everything. The virus structure, the delivery mechanism, even contingencies for species with different psionic signatures." Sarah stands slowly, her mind racing through implications. "We need to tell Batman. This changes everything. We're not just defending anymore. We have a weapon. A weapon that requires precise calibration," John warns. "The Imperium has evolved since they fought Mars. Their defenses will be stronger. We need to modify the virus for current conditions." "Then we better get started," Tim says, his fingers already flying across his keyboard, translating Martian mathematics into something their human systems can process. 6 months isn't a lot of time to weaponize the last will and testament of an entire species. Sarah looks at her unlikely team. A Martian survivor, a teenager who treats alien cryptography like a video game, and 2 scientists who've seen enough impossible things to take this in stride. It's not the team she would have imagined for saving the world, but it might be exactly what Earth needs. Outside, Gotham's skies darkening toward evening. The first stars beginning to appear. Somewhere among those stars, the Imperium fleet moves toward Earth, with the inexorable patience of entropy itself. But now humanity has something Mars didn't. We have their memories, we have their final weapon, and we have the stubborn determination of a species that refuses to go quietly into extinction. Sarah reaches for her coffee, finds it's gone cold again, and smiles grimly. They're going to need a lot more coffee, and probably some stronger stimulants. Saving the world is going to require all-nighters that put her graduate school days to shame. "All right, people," she says, surprising herself by taking charge. "Let's figure out how to give an alien empire the worst computer virus in galactic history." The coffee maker breaks at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, which feels like a cosmic injustice when you're trying to save the world. Sarah stares at the machine in betrayal as it produces its death rattle, a grinding wheeze followed by the smell of burned electronics. She's been awake for 37 hours straight, fueled entirely by caffeine and the morbid fascination of watching an entire civilization's death in high definition. The coffee maker's demise feels personal. "I can fix that," Tim says from his workstation, not looking up from the 6 screens he's simultaneously monitoring. "Just need to recalibrate the heating element and you can fix alien code and coffee makers," Sarah asks. "I had a lot of time alone in the Batcave," Tim shrugs. "You learn things." It's been 3 weeks since they accessed the Echo archive, and the observatory has transformed into something between a research facility and a war room. Banks of quantum computers hum in the background, their cooling systems creating a constant white noise that Sarah has started to find comforting. Holographic displays show Martian memories in real time, experiences of beings who died before Earth's continents took their current shape. Dr. Stone practically lives here now, his cybernetic enhancements allowing him to interface directly with the alien data streams. Dr. Palmer comes and goes, sometimes shrinking down to molecular size to examine the quantum structures of the virus at a level human instruments can't reach. And John spends hours in meditation, diving deeper into the archive, pulling out memories with the careful precision of an archaeologist extracting fossils, but it's wearing on all of them. How can it not? They're watching genocide in slow motion, experiencing the last thoughts of children who'll never grow up, parents who died shielding offspring, who died anyway, scientists who knew they were too late but kept working until the end. "I've isolated another memory cluster," John announces, his voice betraying exhaustion. "Even Martian physiology can't completely hide. This one is from the Southern Hemisphere resistance. They held out 6 months longer than anyone else." "How?" Dr. Stone asks, his human eye bloodshot while his cybernetic one remains pristinely focused. John projects the memory holographically, and they watch Martian guerrilla fighters use their shape-shifting abilities to infiltrate Imperium positions. They see telepaths creating false thoughts in enemy sensors, making the invaders see armies where there are only dozens. They witness acts of heroism that would be legendary if anyone survived to remember them. "They went underground," John explains. "Literally. Mars had extensive cave systems, some natural, others created by our ancestors. The Resistance used them to move undetected, to strike and vanish before the Imperium could respond." "Earth has caves," Tim points out. "Lots of them. The Bat Cave alone has connections to..." He stops, perhaps remembering that not everyone present has that level of clearance. "It's a good thought," Sarah says, saving him from awkwardness. "We should map potential underground refuges, places shielded from Imperium sensors." She turns to her main display, where the Thanatos protocol spreads across multiple screens in mathematical complexity that makes her head hurt. "But hiding won't win this. The virus is our only real chance, and I'm not sure we can make it work." The problem is translation. The virus was designed for Martian telepaths to deploy against the specific Imperium forces that invaded Mars 2.7 million years ago. Since then, both the potential delivery system, human psychics are far weaker than Martians, and the target, the Imperium has had millions of years to evolve, have changed dramatically. "We need amplification," Dr. Palmer says, materializing at full size near the broken coffee maker. "The virus is sound. I've examined it at the subatomic level. The structure is elegant, almost artistic in its simplicity, but humans can't generate the psionic energy needed to deploy it." "What about technology?" Sarah suggests. "Some kind of a psionic amplifier?" I've been working on that, Dr. Stone says, pulling up schematics that hurt to look at. Using some of the tech from my son's modifications. There's pain in his voice when he mentions his son, and Sarah remembers the rumours. Silas Stone's son Victor was in some kind of accident, saved by alien technology that made him something between human and machine. Cyborg, the media calls him, though Sarah suspects he'd prefer to just be called Victor. Could he help? She asks carefully. He's busy, Dr. Stone says, which clearly means something more complex. But his systems gave me ideas. If we can create a techno-organic interface, something that bridges human consciousness and digital processing, we might be able to artificially generate the psionic field strength we need. Like a psychic megaphone, Tim translates. More like a psychic nuclear reactor, Dr. Stone corrects. The energy requirements are substantial. Sarah's about to respond when the communicator Batman gave her activates, but it's not Batman's voice that emerges. Dr. Chen? The voice is female, authoritative, with an accent Sarah can't quite place. This is Diana Prince. I understand you're working on a Martian weapon against the Imperium. Wonder Woman. Actual Wonder Woman is calling her at 3 a.m. about alien weapons. Yes, Your Highness, Ms. Prince, Diana's fine, the voice carries amusement. I'm calling because we might have a solution to your amplification problem. There are artifacts on Themyscira, old magic from before the Age of Heroes. One in particular might interest you, the Oracle of Echoes. Magic? Sarah can't hide her skepticism. We're dealing with alien science here, not any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, Diana quotes. But more importantly, any sufficiently understood magic is indistinguishable from science. The oracle was created to amplify thoughts across great distances. My mother used it to communicate with the gods themselves. Sarah looks at John, who nods thoughtfully. Amazonian magic operates on principles similar to Martian psionics. It's worth investigating. Can you bring it here? Sarah asks. Better, Diana says. I can bring you here, tomorrow, if you're willing. Fair warning, men aren't usually allowed on Themyscira, but I think we can make an exception for an alien invasion. I'll need my team, Sarah says. Bring them. We have 3 months before the Imperium arrives in force. It's time to stop working in isolation. Diana pauses. And Dr. Chen? We have excellent coffee on Themyscira. Beans from before the fall of the ancient world, preserved by divine mandate. Sarah looks at her broken coffee maker, then at her exhausted team, then at the screens showing the death of Mars and the potential salvation of Earth. We'll be there, she says. After Diana disconnects, Sarah addresses her team. Pack up everything portable. We're taking a field trip to Paradise Island to merge alien science with ancient magic, because apparently that's a thing we do now. Just another Tuesday in the superhero age, Tim says cheerfully, already backing up his daughter. Sarah wants to argue that she's not a superhero. She's just an astronomer who happened to spot a signal. But looking around at her unlikely team, preparing to travel to a mythical island to weaponize the last words of a dead civilization, maybe the distinction doesn't matter anymore. They work through the dawn, preparing for a journey that shouldn't be possible to a place that shouldn't exist, carrying the condensed death of Mars and the slim hope of Earth's survival. The coffee maker remains broken on the counter, a casualty of their war against entropy itself. But if Wonder Woman is right about Themyscira's coffee, it might just be worth it. The observatory settles into deep night rhythm around 2 a.m, when even the settlement's most persistent sounds fade into cold silence that wraps around the tent like a gentle blanket. Elena has been asleep for hours, her breathing regular and undisturbed from her cot in the outer area, creating a human rhythm that's become part of Sarah's own sleep cycle. The lamp provides its circle of working light, warm and golden against the tent's general dimness, casting familiar shadows that move gently as she works. The seal cat for Marcus's daughter sits on the workbench, perhaps 60% complete, after 3 evenings of careful attention. The basic form is established now, body elongated properly in the characteristic seal cat posture, head raised in alert position that suggests curiosity without alarm, flippers tucked against the sides in the resting pose that makes the species appear approachable and friendly. The proportions are accurate to life while being slightly idealized, the way children's toys should be, recognizable as the real animal but enhanced toward perfect cuteness. Now comes the detail work that transforms recognizable shape into something that conveys personality and life. The careful refinements that make the difference between adequate carving and something that a child will treasure for years. Sarah's hands know this work intimately by now. The progression from rough form to finished piece following patterns she's repeated dozens of times with other animals, other projects, other gifts for children who need something beautiful in their lives. The detail knife is smaller than her standard carving blade, designed for the precise cuts that create features rather than establish form. She picks it up, feeling its lighter weight, the different balance that requires adjusted technique. The blade is sharp enough to shave with. She maintains her tools obsessively, understanding that precise work requires precise instruments. She begins working on the seal cat's face, starting with the eyes that will give the piece its expression. The eye sockets need to be carved as slight depressions that will eventually hold glass beads, creating the illusion of depth and awareness that brings carved animals to life. The surrounding contours must suggest eyelids and the soft tissue around actual seal cat eyes. The subtle modelling that makes observers believe they're looking at something alive rather than carved wood. The work requires focus, but not intense concentration, allowing her mind to drift in that meditative space between active thought and peaceful emptiness. Her hands follow patterns learned through repetition, muscle memory guiding the blade, while consciousness floats free, processing the day's events without urgency or analysis. Outside, the settlement holds its deepest quiet. No voices carry through the cold air. No footsteps disturb the frozen pathways. The patrol schedules seem lighter during these hours, as if even the occupation acknowledges that sometimes belong to rest rather than surveillance. The wind continues its constant work against canvas walls, but the sound has become so familiar that Sarah barely registers it consciously. Just background presence like her own breathing or the heating unit's steady hum. The left eye socket takes shape through accumulated small cuts, each removal of wood precisely controlled to achieve the right depth and contour. The knife moves with whispered precision, peeling away curls of wood that fall to the workbench, like tiny sculptures of their own. Sarah saves these shavings. In the settlement's economy of scarcity, even sawdust has uses, mixed with glue to fill gaps or spread around seedlings to retain moisture. The right eye follows, matched carefully to its companion through practiced estimation rather than measurement. The eyes must be symmetrical, must convey the same expression, must work together to create the overall impression of intelligence and friendliness that makes seal cats appealing to children. Too close together, and the animal looks cross-eyed. Too far apart, and it appears vacant. The positioning requires careful attention to proportions that exist more in intuition than in any manual. Her fingers grow cold despite the work's focus, the tense heating unable to fully counteract new Caprica's aggressive winter. She pauses to press them against the heating unit's warmth, circulation returning gradually, with the faint tingling that indicates sensation returning to nearly numb digits. The warmth feels good against hands that have been gripping small tools in cold air, joints loosening as blood flow improves. While her hands warm, Sarah studies the seal cat's progress in the lamp's steady light. The face is coming together nicely, the eyes positioned correctly, the overall proportions true to the species while maintaining the gentle character that children need in their toys. Another 2 hours of work should complete the facial features. Then she can move on to adding texture that suggests fur, the small details that make carved wood read as living creature. With hands warmed and flexibility restored, she returns to carving. The mouth comes next, a small feature that's crucial for establishing expression. Seal cats have distinctive mouths, positioned and shaped in ways that make them appear to be almost smiling when they're content. Capturing that expression requires precision, understanding how the real animal's facial structure creates the appearance of gentle humour. The knife moves in careful strokes, creating the subtle curves that define the mouth's shape. Too large and the expression becomes aggressive or unnatural. Too small and the face appears unfinished, lacking the character that makes the piece engaging. The proportions must be exact to achieve the gentle, friendly appearance that children recognise and trust instinctively. The work settles into rhythm that requires no conscious direction, hands following patterns they've learned through countless repetitions, while mind drifts in the peaceful space that detailed carving creates. This is meditation more than manufacturing, a practice that quiets mental noise while engaging hands in purposeful activity that produces tangible results. Around 2:30, a patrol passes outside. She can hear the distinctive sound of boots on frozen ground, that particular rhythm that organised foot traffic creates. The sound has become part of the settlement's nighttime soundscape over these months, unwelcome but expected, like generator noise or distant sirens. She continues carving without pause, maintaining the same steady rhythm, though some part of her awareness tracks the patrol's progress until the sounds fade into distance. The patrols are part of the occupation's visible presence, maintaining surveillance that reminds everyone of the power, structure, even when that power isn't being actively exercised. They move through the settlement in predictable patterns, covering designated routes with mechanical regularity. Sarah has learned their schedules through observation, understanding when to expect them and how long they take to pass. This knowledge provides a small sense of control in circumstances where control is largely illusory. She's learned to work through the patrols, to not let them interrupt her craft or create anxiety that interferes with precise work. The toys must be completed because children are waiting for them. Children who've lost everything, who live in temporary structures and eat insufficient food, who desperately need something that's just theirs, something made with care and given with love. The seal cat's mouth takes final shape, the expression now clearly readable as gentle contentment. Sarah sets down the detail knife and examines her work in the lamp's steady illumination. The face conveys exactly what she was hoping for: intelligence without cunning, alertness without alarm, the sort of expression that makes children want to hold the toy and tell its secrets. Next come the whiskers, delicate lines carved into the seal cat's muzzle, each one positioned according to the species' actual anatomy. Seal cats have prominent whiskers that they use for navigation and hunting in murky water, sensitive organs that detect movement and pressure changes. The carved version doesn't need to function, but it should suggest the real animal's capabilities accurately enough that children who've seen actual seal cats will recognise the authenticity. The whisker lines require the lightest possible touch, cuts that are deep enough to read clearly, but shallow enough that they don't weaken the wood structure. Each line must be positioned symmetrically, angled forward slightly to suggest the alert posture that seal cats display when they're interested in something. Sarah has carved whiskers hundreds of times on dozens of animals, but each set requires the same careful attention to achieve the right effect. The work continues through the deep hours, consciousness drifting between focused attention and peaceful emptiness while hands follow their practice patterns. 3 o'clock passes, then 4, time marked only by the gradual accumulation of completed details on the seal cat's surface and the progressive tiredness that accumulates in muscles held in working position for hours. The eastern edge of the tent's canvas begins to show the first hint of grey light around 4:30, dawn approaching with its promise of another day beginning. Sarah reaches a natural stopping point in her work. The facial features complete now, ready for tomorrow night's session, when she'll add texture to the body and refine the final details that will transform carved wood into something that appears to breathe. The seal cat is perhaps 80% complete now, needing only finishing work to be ready for delivery. The piece is good work, will bring genuine joy when Marcus presents it to his daughter on her birthday. This visible purpose, creating happiness for a child, matters as much as any hidden function the piece might serve. Both purposes are necessary. Both justify the hours of careful work. She cleans the detail knife meticulously, removing accumulated wood dust and checking the blade edge for any damage that would require resharpening. The tool is in good condition, ready for the next session. Everything goes back to its proper position. Knives in their protective sleeves, wood secure on its shelf, materials organised for tomorrow's work. The workbench gets cleared of shavings, the accumulated debris swept up and stored for future use. The notebook receives its final entry for the night. Progress on current projects, plans for tomorrow's work, observations about the wood's characteristics, and the carving's development. These records help her maintain consistency across long projects, tracking decisions and techniques that might be forgotten between sessions. The lamp gets extinguished, conserving generator power that the settlement rations carefully. The small string lights that Elena hung provide enough illumination to navigate by, casting gentle shadows that make the workshop feel cozy rather than stark. Sarah moves quietly, aware that Eleanor needs her sleep for tomorrow's early shift at the communal kitchen. Her cot waits with its thin mattress and accumulated blankets, the layers that barely keep the cold at bay, but that represent the best she can manage on New Caprica. 2 hours of sleep before Eleanor's alarm sounds at 0700. 2 hours to find whatever rest is possible, before another day begins with its demands and routines and the constant low-level stress of living under occupation. She settles under the blankets, letting the night's work tension gradually release from shoulders and hands that have held precise tools for hours. The seal cat is progressing well according to schedule. Tomorrow night, she'll complete the detail work. By the end of the week, Marcus's daughter will have her birthday present. Something beautiful that's specifically hers, crafted with care and attention, that says someone believes her happiness matters. Elena's breathing provides familiar rhythm from her cot across the small space. The heating unit continues its steady hum. Outside, the wind works against canvas walls with the constancy of planetary forces, creating the flutter that's become as familiar as her own pulse. Somewhere in the distance, a patrol completes its circuit, boots fading into silence as the settlement settles deeper into the hours before dawn. Sleep comes in pieces rather than all at once, consciousness loosening gradually as exhaustion claims its due. The workshop nearby holds its tools and projects in patient arrangement, ready for tomorrow's continuation of work that serves both visible and hidden purposes. The carved animals on their shelf stand in silent rows, some complete, some waiting for finishing touches, all representing hours of careful attention to creating beauty that children need. And outside, the settlement prepares for another day under occupation, another cycle of survival and small resistances, and the steady work of maintaining humanity through whatever means available. The seal cat will be completed, Marcus's daughter will receive her birthday gift, and the work will continue in its rhythm, piece by piece, providing both genuine service and necessary cover for activities that mustn't be detected. The hours pass in their inevitable progression toward morning, and whatever it brings, rest comes eventually. The body claims what it desperately needs, and sleep, when it finally arrives, carries dreams of children laughing and seal cats swimming in oceans that exist only in memory and hope. The work continues, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, each piece a small defiance, each gift a reminder that humanity persists even under circumstances designed to crush it. Each carved animal proof that some still believe children deserve beauty, regardless of what empires rise or fall around them. Rest comes, the workshop waits, and the night moves toward dawn with the patience of worlds, turning in their courses. 3 days on Themyscira feel like 3 weeks and 3 minutes simultaneously. Sarah barely sleeps, caught up in the intoxicating challenge of merging technologies that were never meant to interact. The Oracle of Echoes responds to thought, but not in any language humans or even Martians naturally speak. It requires pure concept, distilled meaning without the filter of words or symbols. Tim calls it coding for the soul, which is disturbingly accurate. They work in shifts around the clock. Dr. Palmer shrinks down to molecular size to study the oracle's crystalline structure, returning with reports of impossible geometries and recursive fractals that exist in more than 3 dimensions. Dr. Stone interfaces his cybernetic systems with Amazon tech that predates written history, creating hybrid displays that show data in ways that make Sarah's eyes water. John spends hours in the pool itself, letting the oracle's energies wash through his consciousness, learning its rhythms and requirements. Each session leaves him more translucent, as if he's becoming less solid, more thought than matter. It's like learning to think in colours that don't exist, he explains, after one particularly intense session. The oracle doesn't just amplify thought, it transforms it, makes it more than what it was. Sarah documents everything. Her astronomer's instinct for meticulous records intact even in these impossible circumstances. She fills notebook after notebook with observations, calculations, and increasingly wild theories about how consciousness interacts with quantum fields. On the morning of the 3rd day, they achieve breakthrough. "Got it!" Tim shouts, jumping up from his cross-legged position on the temple floor. His laptop displays code that scrolls faster than human eyes can follow. "I've created the bridge program. It converts the Thanatos virus from Martian psionics to oracle format to transmissible energy that can target the Imperium's specific consciousness frequency." "In English," Sarah requests, rubbing her exhaustion-blurred eyes. "I turn the virus into something the oracle can sneeze at the bad guys," Tim simplifies. "That's actually not a bad analogy," Dr. Palmer admits, maximizing from his microscopic exploration. "The oracle will essentially exhale the virus as a directed psionic wave. With enough power, it could reach the Imperium fleet even at interstellar distances." "How much power?" Dr. Stone asks, running calculations on his hybrid display. The numbers that come up make everyone go quiet. "That would kill him," Sarah says flatly, looking at the energy requirements. "John, that would absolutely kill you. No living consciousness could channel that much psionic energy and survive." "Perhaps not a single consciousness," John says thoughtfully. "But what if we distributed the load? The Echo archive contains millions of Martian consciousness patterns. If we could temporarily revive them, channel them through the oracle simultaneously." "A ghost army," Tim breathes. "You want to resurrect your entire species as a psionic weapon?" "Not resurrect," John corrects. "Echo. Let their final thoughts, already preserved in the archive, flow through the oracle. They died fighting the Imperium. This would let them strike one last blow." Sarah's mind races through the implications. The processing power alone would be staggering. We'd need massive computational support to handle that many consciousness patterns simultaneously. "I might have a solution for that," Dr. Stone says slowly. "My son, Victor, cyborg, his systems are partially based on a mother box, technology from Apocalypse. It's designed to process infinite data streams simultaneously. If he could interface with the oracle while you channel the archive." "You want to plug your son into alien god magic technology?" Sarah can't hide her horror. "I want to give him the chance to help save the world," Dr. Stone says firmly. "He's been struggling to find his place since his transformation. This could be his purpose." Before anyone can respond, the temple shakes. Not violently, but a deep thrumming vibration that seems to come from the bedrock itself. Hippolyta appears in the doorway, her face grim. "We have a problem. The gods are stirring. Your experiments with the oracle have attracted their attention." "The gods?" Sarah asks weakly. "As in plural? As in actual deities?" "The oracle was their communication system," Hippolyta explains. "By activating it for non-divine purposes, you've essentially made a prank call to Mount Olympus. They're curious. As if on cue, lightning strikes the temple. But lightning that moves with purpose, coalescing into a figure of crackling energy and barely contained power. The man who materializes is impossibly handsome, with eyes that hold the memory of every storm that's ever been. "I am Zeus," he announces, which seems redundant given the theatrical entrance. "King of Olympus, Lord of the Sky, and extremely interested in why mortals are playing with my toys." Everyone freezes except Diana, who steps forward with the casual ease of someone who's been dealing with divine family drama for millennia. "Lord Zeus," she says formally, "we're preparing a defense against an invasion that threatens all Earth, mortal and divine alike." Zeus regards the team with interest that's uncomfortably intense. His gaze lingers on John. "A Martian? I thought your kind extinct. Your gods fell silent eons ago." "They died with our world," John confirms. "I am all that remains. And you seek to use the oracle to strike at these invaders?" Zeus strokes his beard, electricity crackling between his fingers. "Interesting. The Imperium, yes. They passed through our sphere once before, long ago. We discouraged their interest in Earth." "You fought them?" Sarah asks, forgetting to be intimidated in her scientific excitement. "Fought is too strong a word," Zeus admits. "We made Earth appear unappetizing, shrouded it in dimensional storms, hid its life signs. But that was when they were merely scouts. If the full fleet comes..." He trails off, and for the first time, Sarah sees uncertainty in a god's eyes. "Even Olympus might fall," Hippolyta finishes quietly. Zeus nods slowly. "Which is why I'm inclined to allow your experiment. But," he raises a finger, and thunder rumbles despite the clear sky, "I have conditions." Of course he does, Sarah thinks. Gods always have conditions. First, the oracle must be returned to its original state after use. Second, if you fail, the dimensional barriers around Earth will be sealed permanently. No more visitors from the stars, no more interference from beyond. Earth will be isolated but safe. "That would cut us off from our allies," Diana protests. "The Green Lanterns, the Thanagarians, even the Kryptonians. Better isolated than consumed," Zeus counters. "And third, I want assurance that this weapon won't be turned against divine beings." "We're trying to save the world, not start a war with heaven," Sarah says, exhaustion making her more blunt than wise. Zeus laughs, a sound like distant thunder. "I like this one. Very well, mortals, you have divine permission to proceed, but know that all Olympus will be watching. If you fail, we will take measures." He vanishes in another lightning strike, leaving ozone and the sense of having narrowly avoided catastrophe. "That went better than expected," Diana says cheerfully. "He usually turns people into animals when he's annoyed." "Wonderful," Sarah mutters, adding divine intervention to her list of variables to account for. "Tim, how long until the virus is ready for deployment?" 2 days for final debugging, Tim reports. "Maybe 3 if we want redundancy." "We don't have time for redundancy," John says, studying something on his personal display. "I'm detecting Imperium probe signals at the edge of our solar system. They're earlier than predicted." Sarah's blood runs cold. "How early?" "At their current rate of approach, 2 weeks until the first wave arrives." 2 weeks. They have 2 weeks to perfect a weapon that combines Martian psionics, Amazon magic, apocalyptian technology, and human stubbornness into something that can stop an alien armada that's never been defeated. Sarah looks at her team. Exhausted, brilliant, impossible people working on an impossible problem with impossible tools. "Then we better get back to work," she says. And someone please find me some of that divine coffee Hippolyta mentioned. If we're going to save the world in 2 weeks, I'm going to need all the caffeine I can get. The observatory settles into morning quiet, equipment humming its familiar tune. Sarah's notebook open, filled with observations from another night of cosmic conversation. Morning arrives too quickly, the alarm pulling Sarah from dreams that vanish the moment consciousness returns, like mist touched by sunlight. 3 hours of sleep feels insufficient because it is insufficient, but there's no alternative except to rise and begin another day that will require energy she doesn't fully possess. The sleep deficit accumulates like sediment in a river, building layers of exhaustion that become part of the baseline condition of existence. The tent is cold despite the heating unit running through the night. Her breath forms small clouds that dissipate quickly, visible reminders of the energy her body expends, just maintaining core temperature in conditions that weren't designed for human comfort. Elena's cot is empty. She departed for the kitchen before dawn, moving quietly enough not to idle wake Sarah, though she registered the departure in that liminal space between sleeping and waking. Outside, the settlement wakes with unusual sounds, more voices than typical for this hour, movement through the pathways that suggests something has changed overnight. Sarah dresses in her familiar layers and ventures out into the cold December morning, joining the general flow of people moving toward the central area where announcements typically happen when settlement leadership has information to share. The mood around her is curious rather than fearful, people discussing possibilities in the subdued tones that morning naturally encourages. Some think it's news about supply schedules. Deliveries have been irregular lately, creating uncertainty about resource availability. Others speculate about work assignments or changes to daily routines. The general atmosphere suggests important information rather than crisis. Community members gathering to hear whatever their leaders need to communicate. The main square fills gradually with the patient crowd dynamics that develop in communities where people have learned to accommodate each other's needs for space and comfort. Families cluster together. Elderly residents find places to sit. Younger adults remain standing in configurations that allow everyone decent sightlines toward the platform where speakers typically address the community. Sarah finds a position near the crowd's edge, where she can observe without being trapped if the gathering becomes uncomfortable. Elena joins her there, having left the kitchen when the morning meeting was announced over the settlement's communication system. They stand together in comfortable silence, sisters sharing warmth and the quiet presence that family members provide during uncertain moments. The administrative leaders who manage daily operations take positions on the platform. Their expressions are serious but not alarmed, carrying the particular gravity that comes with delivering information that will affect everyone present. The crowd settles into attentive quiet, conversations fading as people focus their attention forward. "Thank you all for gathering this morning," the lead administrator begins, her voice carrying clearly across the square through the settlement's sound system. "We have important developments to discuss regarding our community's security and future planning." The crowd shifts slightly, processing the formal language that suggests significant rather than routine information. Security means changes in how they live usually. Planning suggests long-term implications that affect everyone's daily routines. People listen with the focused attention that comes when individual welfare depends on understanding collective decisions. As many of you know, we've been working to improve our resource management and community coordination, the administrator continues. Recent assessments have identified opportunities to enhance our security and self-sufficiency through upgraded organization and enhanced cooperation with external support networks. The language is carefully diplomatic, designed to convey important information without creating unnecessary alarm. Sarah recognizes the pattern, leadership explaining changes that have already been decided, providing context that helps the community understand new realities without feeling like decisions are being imposed arbitrarily. The announcement continues through predictable topics: registration for people with specialized skills, approval processes for certain activities, encouragement for community members to report observations that might affect collective welfare. The measures sound reasonable, presented as enhancements to existing systems rather than entirely new restrictions. Additionally, the administrator continues, we're implementing enhanced verification of living spaces to ensure optimal resource distribution and community safety. These assessments will be thorough but respectful, designed to help rather than inconvenience community members. Enhanced verification means inspections, probably. More detailed examinations of how people live, what they possess, how they use allocated resources. The settlement has experienced inspections before. Sarah has lived through them herself. This announcement suggests the process will happen again, perhaps more systematically than previously. The gathering continues for perhaps 30 minutes more, covering practical details and implementation timelines, answering questions from community members who want clarification about specific aspects of the changes. The information is delivered methodically, without particular emphasis on any section, maintaining the tone of community improvement rather than crisis response. When the meeting concludes, people disperse gradually, processing what they've heard and calculating implications for their individual circumstances. Sarah and Eleanor return to their tent through streets that continue the morning's elevated activity level. More conversations happening, people making adjustments to daily routines. The general adaptation that communities perform when circumstances shift. They're going to inspect again, Eleanor observes, once they have privacy, more thoroughly than before, based on how they described it. Probably, Sarah agrees, her mind already moving through preparations that might be necessary. We should review our arrangements, make sure everything appears exactly as it should. They spend the morning improving organisation, where improvement is possible, ensuring that their living space presents the appearance of simple functionality without anything that might generate unwelcome questions. The workshop receives particular attention, tools arranged to emphasise legitimate purposes, materials positioned to have clear explanations for their presence, current projects displayed to showcase the innocent craftsmanship that justifies Sarah's reputation in the community. By midday, the tent is as prepared as they can make it. The inspections will happen eventually, following whatever schedule the administration has developed. When they arrive, Sarah and Eleanor will be ready with explanations that satisfy reasonable inquiry while protecting information that requires protection. Outside, the settlement absorbs the morning's announcement and returns to its regular routines. People working, children playing, the normal patterns resuming despite the additional considerations that now overlay everything. The community has developed resilience through adaptation, learning to accommodate changes while maintaining the essential functions that keep everyone fed, housed, and purposeful. Marcus appears at their tent entrance in early afternoon, his expression showing concern but not panic. They're asking questions in my section, he reports, about toys, about whether anyone's received unusual items recently. I mentioned the seal cat for my daughter, said it was standard carved wood, nothing unusual about its construction or materials. That's accurate, Sarah confirms. It's exactly what it appears to be, a birthday gift carved with care, but containing nothing beyond wood and attention. Marcus nods, relieved that his response was truthful and appropriate. Just wanted you to know they're asking, in case it matters for anything. After he leaves, Sarah considers what this information means. The questions could represent general thoroughness during a period of enhanced security, or they could indicate specific concerns about unusual items circulating in the community. Either way, the inquiries suggest that community members should be prepared to explain their possessions and activities if asked. The afternoon passes in routine work, legitimate projects that need advancing, planning for upcoming commissions, maintenance activities that keep the workshop functional. Sarah focuses on tasks that create obvious productivity, ensuring that any observer would see someone engaged in exactly the work she claims to perform. Elena returns from the kitchen in evening with news that similar questions have been asked there, about food distribution patterns, about whether workers have noticed unusual requests or resource usage, about general awareness of anything that seems inconsistent with normal community operations. They're building comprehensive information, Elena observes after describing the day's inquiries, trying to understand patterns across different areas of community life, looking for inconsistencies that might reveal activities they should know about. The analysis is accurate. The administration isn't conducting random investigations. They're gathering systematic intelligence about how the community actually functions versus how it's supposed to function, looking for discrepancies that might indicate issues requiring attention. That evening, Sarah and Elena review everything, again, ensuring their explanations remain consistent and plausible, verifying that their living space supports the story they've maintained about their activities and purposes. The preparation is as thorough as they can make it. Either it will be sufficient when inspections arrive, or it won't. But they've done everything possible to present exactly what they appear to be. The night settles around their tent with its familiar sounds, wind against canvas, distant conversations, the mechanical rhythms of community life continuing despite enhanced scrutiny. Inside, the workshop holds its tools and materials in careful arrangement, ready for whatever examination might come while maintaining its appearance of innocent functionality. Sleep comes with difficulty that night, consciousness repeatedly surfacing despite exhaustion, mind processing concerns that can't be resolved through worry, but that resist easy dismissal. Eventually, rest arrives in pieces, carrying Sarah through the dark. Hours toward morning, and whatever developments the new day might bring, the work continues, the community adapts, and life proceeds with the particular mixture of routine and uncertainty that defines existence when security depends on appearing exactly as ordinary as possible, while maintaining purposes that require careful protection from observation. The president's emergency bunker is 50 feet below the White House, which seems woefully inadequate when discussing alien invasion. Sarah sits at a table that probably costs more than her annual salary, surrounded by people who usually only exist for her as news headlines. The president herself, the Joint Chiefs, the directors of every acronym agency America possesses, and a handful of costumed heroes whose presence makes the whole scene surreal. Batman stands in the corner, like a shadow given form. Superman actually floats near the window, his feet 6 inches off the ground, as if gravity is optional. Wonder Woman sits with perfect posture that makes everyone else look like they're slouching, and John, still recovering from channeling the Echo Archive, appears in his human disguise as John Jones, though everyone present knows what he really is. "Explain it again," General Morrison says, his voice conveying that he's not stupid, just struggling to process information that breaks his worldview. "You used ghost aliens to give computer virus to invading aliens through magic water?" "That's essentially correct," Sarah admits, wishing she could make it sound more scientific. "And it worked. 97% effective," she confirms, pulling up the data on the bunker's absurdly high-tech displays. The Imperium hive mind is essentially destroyed, but the surviving ships severed their connection before infection. They're still coming. "How many?" the president asks. She's younger than Sarah expected, with eyes that suggest she's calculating political and practical ramifications simultaneously. 12 ships confirmed, Batman says from his corner. Each one is the size of Manhattan. Preliminary scans suggest crew complements of roughly 10,000 per vessel, plus automated systems. So we're facing 120,000 alien soldiers with technology millions of years ahead of ours. General Morrison summarizes. That's actually better than I expected. The virus did more than reduce their numbers, John adds, his human disguise flickering slightly with exhaustion. The surviving Imperium are traumatized. They've never faced successful resistance before, never had their hive mind attacked. They're afraid. Good, the President says firmly. Fear makes enemies make mistakes. What are our defense options? Superman speaks for the first time, his voice carrying natural authority. The Justice League will engage them in space, try to prevent them from reaching Earth, but some will likely get through. Which is why we need ground defenses, Batman continues. Major cities need evacuation. Protocols. Military assets should focus on air defense, and we need to activate the meta-human reserves. Meta-human reserves? Sarah asks. Everyone with powers who isn't already in the League, Wonder Woman explains. The Titans, the Outsiders, various independents, even villains might help. Alien invasion tends to unite opposing forces. Sarah's communicator buzzes, the one Batman gave her months ago. But it's not Batman calling, it's Tim Drake from Gotham. Dr. Chen, you need to see this. I'm tracking the Remnant fleet, and they're changing course. Putting you on speaker, Tim, Sarah says, placing the device on the table. The 12 ships aren't heading for Earth directly anymore. Tim's excited voice fills the room. They're converging on a single point, the dark side of the moon. Everyone looks at Batman, who's already pulling up tactical displays on his wrist computer. They're consolidating. 12 ships are combining into something. The main screener shifts to show telescope imagery from observatories worldwide. The Imperium ships, each massive in its own right, are literally merging, geometric forms interlocking like puzzle pieces designed by alien gods. The resulting structure is moon-sized, an artificial construct that emanates menace even through telescope imagery. They're building a siege engine, John says quietly. I've seen this in the archive memories. When direct invasion fails, the Imperium constructs a harvester, a weapon that can strip a planet's resources from orbit. How long do we have? The President asks. Victor's voice joins the communication, transmitting from Themyscira, where he's still recovering. Based on construction rate and energy signatures, 6 days until the harvester is operational. 6 days. Sarah's mind races through options. The virus won't work again. They've severed their hive mind connection. The Oracle is exhausted from our first attack. We need something else. We need to take the fight to them, Superman says. Destroy the harvester before it's complete. It's defended, Batman counters, showing tactical analysis. Energy shields, weapon systems we don't fully understand. A direct assault would be suicide even for the League. Then we get creative, Sarah says, surprising herself by speaking up. We have advantages they don't expect. Magic. They're purely technological. They won't have defenses against mystical attacks. Diversity. They're used to fighting unified civilizations, not the chaos Earth represents. What are you proposing? Wonder Woman asks. Sarah stands, her scientific mind shifting into problem-solving mode. Combined assault. Technological attacks to draw their fire, magical strikes on their shields and... She pauses, an idea forming. Internal sabotage. The ships are merging but not fully integrated yet, she continues, pulling up the telescope imagery. There are gaps, construction zones where smaller craft could infiltrate. Get a team inside, plant explosives, or... She stops, remembering something from the Echo archive. Or plant a different kind of virus, not psionic but technological. Victor, could you create something that attacks their systems directly? Already working on it, Victor responds. Their technology is crystalline-based, but it still follows logical patterns. Give me 3 days, and I'll have something that can eat through their systems like acid. The President makes a decision. Do it. All of it. General Morrison, coordinate with the Justice League on assault planning. Dr. Chen, I'm giving you whatever resources you need. If ghost aliens in magic water saved us once, I'm willing to try whatever insanity you propose next. The meeting breaks up into organized chaos, everyone moving with purpose, but Batman approaches Sarah before she can leave. You've changed, he observes. 6 months ago, you were an astronomer. Now you're planning interstellar warfare. 6 months ago, the biggest challenge in my life was getting the coffee maker to work, Sarah replies. Alien invasion has a way of adjusting priorities. After this is over, we'll need people like you, Batman says. People who can bridge the gap between human and alien, science and magic, normal and super. After this is over, I'm taking a very long nap, Sarah counters. Batman almost smiles. She can see it in the way his cowl shifts slightly. Fair enough, but the offer stands. He vanishes into shadows that shouldn't exist in a bunker with fluorescent lighting, leaving Sarah alone with the weight of what's coming. 6 days to save the world. Again. She pulls out her phone and calls the observatory. Her assistant answers on the 3rd ring. Marcus, it's Sarah. Is the coffee maker still broken? Dr. Chen, where have you been? And yes, it's still broken. Order a new one, she says. The best one you can find. If we're all still alive in a week, I'm going to need really good coffee. She hangs up and heads. Back to work. There's a planet to save, and she'll be damned if she's going to let Earth fall just when she finally got the resources to do her job properly. The observatory settles into anticipatory quiet. Equipment humming with subtle tension. Sarah's notebook ready to document whatever unfolds across the cosmic stage. The moon has never felt so close and so far away simultaneously, hanging in Earth's sky like a pearl against black velvet, serene and beautiful, and completely unaware of the alien construction taking shape on its hidden face. Sarah stands at her new workstation, the Department of Xenological Defense's primary monitoring facility, watching displays that show humanity's response to the most carefully planned operation in human history. The preparation has been methodical, almost meditative in its thoroughness. 3 weeks of careful coordination, building consensus among groups that normally couldn't agree on lunch preferences, gathering resources from dozens of nations and organizations that typically regard each other with suspicion. No panic, no desperate rushing, just a steady accumulation of readiness, like preparing for a particularly complex observation session that happens to involve the survival of human civilization. Sarah's role has evolved into something between astronomer and conductor, monitoring the cosmic stage while helping coordinate the performance of forces she can track but not directly control. Multiple screens surround her workstation, each displaying different aspects of the approaching confrontation. Earth's assembled fleet moving toward Luna, energy signatures from the alien harvester, communications between the various teams that will attempt humanity's most ambitious space operation. Tim sits nearby at his own console, fingers moving across keyboards with the particular rhythm of someone who thinks in multiple programming languages simultaneously. His typing has an almost musical quality, quick clusters of keystrokes followed by thoughtful pauses as code structures take shape. He's managing communication protocols between human and alien technology, building bridges across incompatible systems in real time. The virus integration is stable, he reports, without looking up from his screens. All delivery systems show green. We're as ready as we're going to get. John floats in meditation posture near the facility's center, his form subtly translucent as he maintains connections to consciousness networks that span the solar system. His breathing, she's never been sure whether Martians actually need to breathe, follows deep, regular patterns that match the facility's ventilation cycle. Through their occasional telepathic contact, Sarah can sense him monitoring multiple information streams simultaneously, tracking the positions and intentions of every participant in the approaching engagement. The assault plan has unfolded like origami in reverse, complex preparations becoming simple, coordinated actions. Each team knows their role, has practiced until the movements feel as natural as breathing. The engagement will be choreographed rather than chaotic, with each element flowing into the next according to careful timing that accounts for orbital mechanics, communication delays, and the particular challenges of conducting warfare in vacuum. All teams report ready status, Sarah announces into the communication system, her voice carrying to every participant scattered across Lunar space. Earth fleet nominal. Lunar approach vectors confirmed. All systems showing green across the board. The responses flood back through her headset. Call signs and confirmations from military units, superhero teams, international space forces, and individual operators whose capabilities exist outside normal categories. The voices create a symphony of human determination. People from every nation and background united by the simple desire to continue existing tomorrow. Diana's voice comes through clearly. Them as siren forces in position, standing by for coordinated engagement. Victor's synthesized tones follow. Technological assault systems online, ready to demonstrate why human engineering is underestimated at everyone's peril. Even Lex Luthor checks in, his corporate confidence audible despite the cosmic scope of their undertaking. LexCorp battle systems deployed and eager to field test some innovations against appropriately challenging targets. Sarah documents everything in her notebook, not the technical data, which computers record automatically, but the feeling of this moment, the quality of light from distant stars, the way Earth looks from here, blue and white and perfect, the sense of species-wide coordination that she's never experienced before, and hopes never to experience again under these circumstances. Harvester status, she queries, pulling up the latest intelligence on their target. Construction appears complete, John reports, his voice carrying harmonics that suggest he's accessing information through channels beyond normal human perception. The structure is beginning power-up sequences. Estimated time to operational capability, 6 hours. 6 hours. They have 6 hours to destroy or disable a moon-sized alien weapons platform that represents the culmination of technologies developed over millions of years of galactic conquest. The timeline focuses everyone's attention wonderfully. Initiating Phase 1, Diana announces over the tactical network. All forces execute approach patterns. Through her displays, Sarah watches Earth's impossible armada accelerate toward the moon. Military vessels carrying conventional weapons that probably won't be effective, but that represent humanity's institutional response to existential threats. Spacecraft piloted by individuals whose abilities transcend normal categories, each one a story of impossible powers turned toward collective defense, and scattered among them, heroes and reformers and even reformed villains united by circumstances that make previous conflicts seem quaint. The Harvester's response is measured, almost curious. Energy emissions increase as sensor arrays focus on the approaching force, analyzing capabilities and intentions with the patience of intelligence that has conducted this evaluation countless times across countless worlds. Warning shots lance out, beams of coherent energy that could disintegrate cities, but that serve here merely as demonstrations of overwhelming technological superiority. They're not trying to destroy us yet, Sarah observes, studying the energy patterns on her displays. They're evaluating, trying to understand what kind of resistance Earth can mount. Let's show them, comes Superman's voice across the communication channel, followed immediately by reports of his direct engagement with the Harvester's defensive systems. The battle, if something so one-sided can be called a battle, unfolds on Sarah's monitors like an elaborate light show viewed from safe distance. The Harvester's weapons create brilliant flashes across the lunar landscape, while Earth's forces respond with their own displays of exotic capabilities. To someone who didn't understand the stakes, it might look like an impressive fireworks exhibition rather than humanity's struggle against extinction. But Sarah understands what she's watching. Each flash of light represents someone risking everything for the possibility that Earth might continue to exist. Each energy signature corresponds to a person she's met, worked with, shared impossible circumstances with. The abstract display of conflict contains individual stories of courage that she can only observe and document. Phase 2 commencing, Zatanna's voice carries across the mystical communication channels that John helps translate into normal radio frequencies. Magical systems engaging. The second wave of assault is invisible to most of Sarah's instruments, operating in spectrums that human technology barely acknowledges. But the Harvester's response is immediately visible, its energy signatures fluctuating as alien systems encounter forces they weren't designed to counter. Shield frequencies destabilize. Power distribution becomes erratic. The massive structure begins showing signs of technological confusion. "It's working," Tim reports excitedly, his displays showing system cascades throughout the Harvester's architecture. The magical assault is disrupting their defensive harmonics. They can't adapt to threats that don't follow physical laws. Through it all, Sarah coordinates from her position at the monitoring station, her astronomer's understanding of orbital mechanics helping direct forces efficiently, while her experience with alien communication keeps her connected to the information streams that make tactical decisions possible. She's become a battlefield coordinator without meaning to, her quiet observations carrying authority that emerges from expertise rather than rank. John, status on virus deployment? Infiltration teams have reached the core, John responds, his consciousness clearly divided between the facility and the tactical networks he's monitoring. Virus upload in progress, estimated completion in 40 seconds. 40 seconds that stretch like hours as Sarah watches the tactical displays, tracking friendly forces while monitoring the Harvester's increasingly erratic behavior. The alien structure is fighting on multiple fronts now. Physical assault from Earth's fleet, mystical attack from practitioners who treat reality as negotiable, and internal sabotage from a virus designed to make its systems forget their purposes. Upload complete, Tim announces with satisfaction that borders on euphoria. Virus deployment successful. Now we see if our digital warfare is as effective as our physical and magical alternatives. The Harvester's death is spectacular and strangely beautiful. The massive structure doesn't explode so much as gradually lose cohesion, its geometric perfection dissolving into component parts that drift apart with dreamlike slowness. Systems fail in cascade throughout the construct as the virus convinces each subsystem that its designated function is no longer necessary or desirable. What had been an instrument of planetary annihilation becomes an expanding cloud of technological debris that poses no threat to anything except local navigation hazards. Target neutralized, Diana reports with satisfaction, that carries clearly across the communication channels. All forces withdraw to safe distance and stand by for damage assessment. Sarah watches Earth's defenders pull back from the expanding debris field, their mission accomplished with fewer casualties than anyone had dared hope. The tactical displays show green status indicators across the board. Bruised heroes, damaged equipment, depleted resources, but no losses that can't be recovered from given time and attention. Remaining Imperium forces are withdrawing, Batman reports from his monitoring position aboard the command vessel. Jumping to hyperspace, they're running rather than trying to recover their technology. Running. The Imperium, which had never been successfully resisted in millions of years of galactic conquest, is running from Earth. Sarah feels something she hasn't experienced since childhood. Pure, uncomplicated triumph. They did it. Somehow, against impossible odds, humanity and its allies have driven off an invasion that had consumed countless worlds. The celebration begins immediately, voices over the communication channels expressing relief and joy, and the particular euphoria that comes from surviving something that should have been unsurvivable. Sarah listens to heroes congratulating each other, military personnel reporting successful mission completion, Tim explaining to anyone who'll listen exactly how brilliant the virus was, and how satisfying it was to watch alien technology eat itself. But even as the celebration continues, Sarah finds herself studying her long-range displays, tracking the energy signatures of fleeing Imperium ships with the particular attention that comes from understanding that patterns often contain more truth than immediate appearances suggest. The fleeing ships aren't running randomly. They're heading somewhere specific, following trajectories that match patterns from her analysis of historical Imperium movements. They're going to a fallback position, a rally point where defeated forces regroup and plan their next approach. And based on the star charts she's been studying for months, that fallback position is in the Vega system, where billions of sentient beings live under various forms of oppression, where the Imperium survivors can find existing power structures to reinforce and expand. "We won this engagement," she says quietly to John, who nods understanding without her needing to elaborate. "But the war isn't over," he completes her thought. "It's just moving to someone else's neighborhood." Sarah looks at the celebration, continuing around her, at displays showing the successful destruction of humanity's greatest threat, at readouts confirming that Earth remains safe for the foreseeable future. They've accomplished something unprecedented, driven off an invasion that had never been resisted, proven that even the most overwhelming force can be defeated by sufficient cooperation and creative thinking. But somewhere in the Vega system, the survivors of the most successful galactic empire in history are about to reinforce existing tyrannies with technology and experience gained from millions of years of conquest. The victory that saves Earth might doom countless other worlds to subjugation that will be more effective for learning from today's defeat. The ethical weight of that realization settles over her like new Caprica's snow, heavy, cold, and impossible to ignore. They saved themselves. In doing so, they may have created problems for others that dwarf anything they've faced, but those are problems for tomorrow. Today, Earth survives. Today, children will grow up on a world that remains free. Today, the universe learns that sometimes the most unlikely defenders can achieve the most impossible victories. Sarah reaches for her coffee, terrible observatory coffee that she's brought to even this advanced facility, and returns to her documentation. There will be other signals, other threats, other opportunities for Earth to prove that against all odds and cosmic logic, humanity endures and occasionally even thrives. The work continues. The stars keep singing, and somewhere among them, new voices are learning to listen and respond. The ticker-tape parade through Metropolis is surreal. Sarah sits in an open car, waving at crowds she can't quite process, while Superman flies overhead and children throw flowers. They're calling her the woman who heard the stars, which is both poetic and completely missing the point that she was just doing her job. "Smile," Tim suggests from the seat beside her. "You helped save the world. Enjoy it for 5 minutes." "The Imperium survivors are still out there," Sarah reminds him. "They're regrouping in the Vega system. This isn't over." "It's over for today," Tim counters with teenage wisdom. "And today, we won." The parade continues through downtown Metropolis, past buildings that would have been harvested for raw materials if they'd failed. Sarah watches families cheering, children wearing makeshift superhero costumes, elderly people crying with relief that their world continues. Maybe Tim's right. Maybe today, victory is enough. The official reception is worse than the parade. Sarah has to shake hands with politicians who a week ago didn't know she existed, smile for photographers who want to capture the hero astronomer, and dodge increasingly personal questions from reporters who think saving the world entitles them to her life story. Dr. Chen, the president, approaches during a brief lull, Secret Service forming a bubble of relative privacy. "Walk with me." They step onto a balcony overlooking the Metropolis skyline. The city sparkles in the sunset, alive and whole and not harvested by alien machines. "You've done extraordinary work," the president says. "Not just the virus or coordinating the assault. You've proven that civilian scientists can contribute to planetary defense As much as any superhero. I had a lot of help, Sarah deflects. Which is why I'm creating a new position, the president continues. Director of Xenological Defense Research. Someone to study alien threats, coordinate with the Justice League, and bridge the gap between normal and super. I want you to consider it. Sarah's mind immediately races through implications. That's a massive responsibility. Yes, the president agrees, but you've already been doing it. The only difference would be official backing, proper resources, and a team that doesn't have to meet in abandoned observatories or magical islands. Before Sarah can respond, her communicator buzzes. The Justice League one, not the official government phone she's been issued. It's John. Dr. Chen, we have a situation. Can you come to the watchtower? The president nods, understanding. Duty calls. Think about my offer. The world needs people like you in positions to make a difference. 20 minutes later, Sarah materializes in the watchtower's transport bay, still wearing her formal reception dress, which feels absurd in the high-tech environment. John waits for her, his expression grave, even by Martian standards. What's wrong, she asks. The Echo Archive. It's active again. Sarah's blood chills. That's impossible. We burned it out channeling the virus. The psychic energy was completely depleted. I thought so too. John leads her to a secure chamber, where they've been storing the quantum drives, containing the archive. But 10 minutes ago, it began transmitting, not the old signal, something new. The displays show waveforms Sarah doesn't recognize, patterns that match nothing in the original archive, yet clearly originate from the same source. Is it Imperium, she asks, mind already racing through threat scenarios. No, John says softly. It's Martian. It's my family. Sarah stares at him. Your family specifically. John nods. Tears do Martians cry, forming in his red eyes. My wife, Maria. My daughter, Kahim. They're in there, preserved in the final moment, and they're trying to tell me something. He extends his hand. I need your help. Your mind helped me navigate the archive before. I need that anchor again to understand what they're trying to communicate. Sarah doesn't hesitate. She takes his hand, and immediately she's pulled into the psychic space of the archive. But this time, it's different. Instead of the chaos of millions of dying thoughts, there's focused purpose. She sees them, John's family. They're beautiful in the Martian way, tall and graceful, with eyes that hold love across eons. Maria steps forward, her thoughts touching Sarah's mind with gentle precision. You saved Earth, Maria says. The virus worked, but our warning is not complete. The Imperium were not the only threat we faced. There was something else, something that used the invasion as cover for its own purposes. Images flood Sarah's mind, shadows moving through the chaos of Mars's fall, entities that fed on the psychic death of an entire species. They're not Imperium, not technological at all. They're something older, darker, more fundamental. The starless, Kahim's younger consciousness adds. They feed on dying worlds, on the moment when hope fails. They followed the Imperium to Mars, and now the connection shatters. Sarah gasps, finding herself back in the watchtower, John's hand trembling in hers. They'll follow the Imperium. Here, John whispers, the starless. We defeated the physical invasion, but we've attracted something worse. What are the starless? Sarah asks, though part of her doesn't want to know. Entropy given consciousness, John explains. They exist in the spaces between spaces, feeding on civilizations in their final moments. Mars's psychic death scream drew them like cosmic carrion feeders. And now Earth has screamed too, our victory broadcast across psychic frequencies when we deployed the virus. Sarah's mind reels. They saved Earth from one threat only to attract another. How do we fight entropy incarnate? I don't know, John admits, but my family preserved this warning for a reason. There must be a way. Before Sarah can respond, Batman materializes from the shadows. How does he do that in a space station? We have a problem, he announces, which seems to be his default greeting. The starless? Sarah guesses. Batman's cowl tilts slightly, his version of surprise. You know? John's family just warned us through the archive. How did you? Deep space monitoring detected anomalies. Batman pulls up displays showing the solar system's edge. Patches of space where stars are disappearing from view. Not blocked, erased. Something is approaching that deletes light itself. Sarah looks at the displays, at the growing void approaching Earth's solar system. It's like watching reality develop cancer. Dark spots spreading through the fabric of existence. How long, she asks, falling back on the astronomer's first question when faced with cosmic events. At current rate of approach, 6 weeks. 6 weeks. After everything, the signal, the virus, the harvester battle, they have 6 weeks before something that eats reality itself arrives at Earth. I need coffee, Sarah says weakly, and probably therapy, and definitely a very long conversation with theoretical physicists about how entropy can be conscious. I'll settle for a plan, Batman says. Sarah looks at the two heroes, the last Martian and the Dark Knight, both looking at her like she might have answers. The astronomer who heard a signal and somehow became Earth's default alien invasion coordinator. Get everyone, she says finally. And I mean everyone. Heroes, villains, scientists, magicians, anyone who's ever dealt with conceptual threats to reality. If we're fighting entropy itself, we need to think beyond physical solutions. She turns to John. And we need to dive deeper into the archive. Your family knew something about the Starless. There might be more warnings, maybe even weapons. The archive nearly killed us last time, John reminds her. Then we'll be more careful. But that signal started all of this for a reason. Mars didn't just warn us about the Imperium, they warned us about what comes after. The observatory settles into cosmic quiet, equipment humming in harmony with the spheres. Sarah's notebook ready to record humanity's most ambitious experiment in collective consciousness. To minus 72 hours until the Starless arrive, and the world has transformed into something unprecedented in human history, a planet preparing to think itself invisible. Sarah stands in the Global Coordination Centre that's been established in the Watchtower. Though calling it a centre understates its scope, the facility has expanded beyond its original configuration. Additional modules and interfaces added to accommodate the most complex consciousness coordination effort ever attempted. Displays show real-time participation rates from every continent, consciousness readings that map humanity's collective mental state, and countdown clocks marking time until the moment when 7 billion minds will need to act as one. The numbers are encouraging. Participation rates continue to climb as word spreads through social media, news broadcasts, religious networks, and simple person-to-person communication. Children in schools practice thinking bright thoughts as part of their daily routine. Office workers pause spreadsheets for meditation breaks that their supervisors not only allow, but actively encourage. Even maximum security prisons have implemented consciousness participation programs, offering inmates the chance to contribute to planetary defense regardless of their past actions. Current global participation at 89.7%, Tim reports from his monitoring station, his voice carrying the particular satisfaction of someone who's helped build something unprecedented. China's at 94%, India at 91%. The Americas finally broke through 85% this morning. Even Antarctica's research stations are participating, which technically makes this the most comprehensive human cooperation effort in history. The interface nodes are functioning perfectly, Victor confirms, his cybernetic systems maintaining direct connection to the global consciousness network. 4.2 billion people are successfully linked to the archive protocols. We've created the largest unified consciousness event not just in human history, but in the known history of any species. John floats in meditation posture at the facility's centre, his form subtly translucent as he maintains the connection between Martian memory and human intention. The Echo Archive has become something more than a repository of dead civilizations' thoughts. It's now the coordinating intelligence that will help Earth's billions find the harmony necessary to present a unified face to entropy itself. The reality anchors are stable, Constantine reports, though his chain smoking has intensified to the point where he's created his own personal weather system of nicotine and mystical energy. Every sacred site on the planet is humming with power. Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, that Starbucks in Seattle that happens to sit on a convergence point, all ready to channel humanity's collective will into something the starless can't consume. Batman monitors from his position at the tactical displays, tracking the void that approaches Earth with mechanical precision. The starless effect is visible now, he reports, stars disappearing from observation as the negation field approaches. Estimated contact with Earth's psychic shield in 68 hours. 68 hours! Less than 3 days until humanity discovers whether conscious intention can triumph over cosmic entropy. Whether billions of people thinking the same thought at the same time can convince the universe itself that Earth is already dead and therefore not worth consuming. The plan remains elegantly simple despite its massive complexity. When the starless arrive, every participating human will meditate simultaneously on existence, on light, life, love, hope, any concept that affirms reality rather than denying it. The Echo Archive will coordinate these billions of individual thoughts into a psychic shield that presents Earth as already consumed to entities that feed on dying worlds. It's hide and seek on a cosmic scale, Tim had explained to the media, his teenager's perspective somehow making the impossible seem reasonable. We're going to convince the universe's scariest monsters that we're already dead, so they'll go bother someone else. T-minus 24 hours. The preparation intensifies without becoming frantic. Global meditation sessions occur on the hour. Billions of people practicing the synchronization that will be essential when the moment arrives. Children close their eyes in classrooms and think about sunshine. Office workers pause presentations to affirm existence. Military personnel in conflict zones implement temporary ceasefires for reality resistance training, discovering that even enemies can cooperate when faced with universal negation. Sarah visits locations around the globe through video links, checking on preparation status and offering guidance based on her experience with the archive protocols. She speaks to school assemblies in Tokyo, teleconferences with government officials in Geneva, provides encouragement to meditation groups in São Paulo. Her role has evolved from signal listener to Earth's coordinator for consciousness-based defense, a job description that didn't exist 6 months ago. Dr. Sarah, comes a call from one of her monitoring stations. We're receiving reports of spontaneous meditation events worldwide. People are gathering in parks, community centres, even shopping malls, practicing for tomorrow's coordination. The participation is exceeding all projections. Sarah feels a warmth that has nothing to do with the facility's climate control. Humanity is rising to meet this challenge with the same stubborn determination that's carried the species through every previous crisis, not with panic or despair, but with the collective decision to continue existing because extinction is simply unacceptable. T-minus 6 hours. The world settles into unprecedented quiet. Air traffic minimal except for essential services. Ground transportation reduced to necessary travel only. Even the internet seems to hold its breath. Bandwidth allocated primarily to meditation coordination rather than normal communications. 7 billion people preparing for the most important group meditation in cosmic history. Sarah returns to the Global Coordination Center for the final preparation phase. The starless are visible now through Earth's most powerful telescopes, not as objects but as absences, voids in space where stars should exist but no longer do. The negation field approaches with the patience of entropy itself, inexorable as gravity, certain as thermodynamics. Everyone in position, she announces, across all communication channels, her voice reaching every corner of Earth through translation protocols that convert her words into every human language. Interface node activation in 30 minutes. This is humanity's moment to prove that consciousness can triumph over entropy, that existence is stronger than void. John rises from his meditation, red eyes blazing with psychic energy drawn from both Martian memory and human determination. The archive is ready. My people's final wisdom will guide Earth's chorus. We will succeed where Mars could not, because we will not face the darkness alone. The technical systems are optimal, Victor reports, his cybernetic consciousness expanding to encompass global networks. Every node shows green status. Communication protocols are stable across all platforms. We have achieved technological harmony on a scale that makes the internet look like two tin cans connected by string. Mystical defenses holding steady, Constantine adds, drawing protective symbols that shimmer with barely contained power. Reality's been properly reinforced. The starless will find Earth a much tougher nut to crack than they're expecting. T-5 minutes. Sarah puts on her own consciousness interface node, feeling the subtle connection to billions of other minds preparing for collective action. Not intrusive, not overwhelming, just present, like standing in a vast choir where everyone knows the same song, waiting for the conductor to give the downbeat that will create harmony from individual voices. People of Earth, she broadcasts, her words reaching every participating consciousness through technology that bridges human engineering and Martian psionics. 6 months ago, I heard a signal from the stars, a warning from a world that fell to the darkness we now face. Today, we send our own signal back. Not of distress, but of defiance. We exist, we persist, we choose to continue. Around the globe, billions of people close their eyes. Interface node activation in 10, 9, 8. The countdown reaches everyone simultaneously, translated into every language, synchronized with precision that makes atomic clocks seem casual. 3, 2, 1, activate. Reality shifts. Sarah feels it immediately, the surge of human consciousness flowing through the archive. Networked like a river of liquid starlight, 7 billion perspectives on existence suddenly harmonized into a single, impossible symphony of affirmation. Through her connection, she experiences fragments of everyone. A child in Mumbai, thinking about her favourite flowers, an elderly man in Oslo remembering his wedding day, a teenager in Lagos focusing on music that makes her soul dance, a farmer in Kansas imagining next year's harvest. The diversity is staggering. Every human culture, every individual experience, every personal understanding of what it means to exist and why existence is worth defending. But John conducts this chaos into order, the Martian memories in the archive providing structure, while humanity provides the raw emotional power that entropy cannot understand or consume. The starless arrive. Through her monitoring systems, Sarah watches the void encounter Earth's psychic shield and pause. The negation field probes the barrier with forces that exist outside normal physics, seeking the dying light that signals a world ready for consumption. But Earth appears empty to their perception, already dead, already consumed, offering nothing worth the effort of harvesting. The deception holds. For precious minutes that stretch like hours, the starless probe Earth's defences, while finding nothing that registers as alive to their entropy-based senses. The psychic shield presents a perfect illusion of death, billions of minds thinking thoughts of existence so unified that they appear as void to consciousness that can only recognise endings. But even as the strategy works, Sarah senses strain developing in the network. Fear creeps in despite the collective affirmation, the natural terror that conscious beings feel when confronted with their own potential negation. Some participants' meditation shifts from affirmation to panic as the reality of facing entropy incarnate overwhelms their mental preparation. Northern Hemisphere, sectors 12 through 18 showing destabilization, Victor reports, his voice tense with concentration. fear responses cascading through the network. The Starless are using our own terror against the shield's coherence. Through the global communication system, Sarah feels the collective meditation beginning to crack. The fear spreads like virus through the consciousness network, each terrified mind weakening the overall harmony. The Starless detect the fear and press against those weak points, their negation fields seeping through cracks in humanity's unified resolve. Sarah watches displays showing the shield's deterioration, sees darkness begin to touch Earth's atmosphere as reality itself becomes uncertain. Cities flicker between existence and void. The aurora borealis takes on colours that don't belong in normal physics. Somewhere, people scream as existence becomes negotiable. We're losing coherence, Tim reports, his usual cheerfulness replaced by genuine alarm. The fear is spreading faster than we can compensate. The shield won't hold much longer. Sarah's mind races through options while her consciousness remains linked to the global meditation. They need something to counter the fear, something to remind 7 billion people why existence matters more than the terror of ending. The answer comes from memory, the parade after they defeated the Harvester, children in makeshift superhero costumes, the hope in people's eyes that said humanity refuses to surrender. Open emergency broadcast on all channels, she commands. Global override, every communication system on the planet. The technical teams comply instantly, giving her access to every radio, television, internet connection, and consciousness interface node simultaneously. 7 billion people can hear her words, feel her determination, share her refusal to accept extinction. Listen to me, Sarah says, her voice reaching every human consciousness through both technology and psychic connection. Yes, we're afraid. Yes, the darkness seems infinite, but fear isn't the opposite of existence. It's proof of it. You can only fear losing something you have. So be afraid, but be defiantly afraid. Be afraid and choose to exist anyway. The words flow through the global network, carried by archive amplification to every participating mind. Sarah continues, drawing on months of studying humanity's response to cosmic threats, on understanding what makes the species endure against impossible odds. Think about tomorrow. Not the cosmic tomorrow, not saving the universe tomorrow, just tomorrow. Coffee in the morning, laughing with friends, hugging your children, reading a book, listening to music, all the small perfect moments that the Starless can never understand because they've never existed, only negated. We are the affirmation. We are the yes to entropy's no. We are Earth, and we choose to continue. The response is immediate and overwhelming. The fear doesn't disappear, it transforms. Terror becomes determination. Panic shifts into stubborn refusal to surrender. The psychic shield doesn't just stabilize, it begins to push back against the negation field with the force of 7 billion minds choosing existence over void. Through the archive connection, Sarah hears something impossible: Martian laughter. John's family and all the preserved consciousnesses are laughing with joy as Earth succeeds where Mars fell. They're witnessing the victory their own sacrifice made possible, seeing their warning transformed into salvation. The Starless retreat. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, the void recedes from Earth's solar system. Stars begin reappearing in telescope images as the negation field withdraws. Reality solidifies, returning to the stable physics that allow matter and energy and consciousness to interact in the familiar patterns that make life possible. They're leaving, Tim breathes, his voice filled with awe. We did it. We actually convinced entropy incarnate that we're not worth eating. But Sarah studies the pattern of their retreat through her monitoring systems, recognizing the truth that victory reveals. The Starless haven't been defeated. Entropy can never be truly defeated. They've simply been satisfied that Earth presents too much resistance for the energy it would take to consume. They'll feed elsewhere, on dying stars and failing civilizations that can't mount such unified defiance. Global meditation, can stand down, she announces to 7 billion exhausted minds. Maintain synchronization for 1 more hour to ensure complete withdrawal, then return to your regular schedules. You've just proven that consciousness can triumph over entropy when it refuses to accept extinction. The coordination center erupts in celebration. Quiet cheers from people too exhausted for loud demonstration. Satisfied nods from heroes who've saved the universe through thinking really hard about existing, and the particular joy that comes from surviving something that shouldn't be survivable. But even as the celebration continues, Sarah understands what they've really accomplished. They've bought time, not one permanent victory. The universe remains vast and dangerous and full of forces that don't care about human survival. But they've also proven that cooperation can achieve the impossible, that diversity can become strength when unified by common purpose, that consciousness itself has power that entropy must respect. Outside the facility's windows, Earth turns in its orbit, blue and white and beautiful, still existing despite the universe's best efforts to erase it. 7 billion people return to their daily lives, most probably never fully understanding that they've just participated in the most successful consciousness-based defense in cosmic history. The work continues. There will be other signals, other threats, other opportunities to prove that, against all odds and universal constants, humanity endures and occasionally even triumphs through the simple refusal to accept extinction as inevitable. Sarah reaches for her coffee, still terrible, still perfect for what it is, and returns to her monitoring stations. The universe is vast, dark, and full of entities that would erase Earth without thought. But it's also full of light, life, and the stubborn determination that seems to be the defining characteristic of the small blue planet that taught entropy itself the meaning of no. The stars continue their ancient dance. The signals keep coming, and somewhere among them, new voices are learning that consciousness, united in purpose, can face down the darkness and emerge victorious. Meanwhile, in observatories around the world, astronomers adjust their equipment and prepare for whatever message the universe sends next, knowing that humanity has learned to listen and learned to respond with the full power of collective thought focused on the simple, revolutionary idea that existence is non-negotiable. The cosmic conversation continues, and Earth, against all odds, remains part of it. T-minus 72 hours until the starless arrive. Sarah hasn't slept in 2 days, sustained by coffee that's evolved from terrible observatory brew to whatever hypercharged concoction the watchtower produces. She stands in the Global Coordination Center, watching countdown clocks and consciousness readings from every corner of Earth. India's at 87% participation, Tim reports from his station. China's at 91%. The Americas are lagging at 76% but climbing. The nodes are distributed, Victor confirms, his cybernetic systems interfacing directly with global networks. 3.7 billion people are connected to the archive network. It's the largest unified consciousness event in human history. John floats in lotus position at the room's center, his form translucent as he maintains connection to the Echo archive. The Martian memories have been teaching him, preparing him to conduct billions of minds in defense against entropy itself. How are the reality anchors? Sarah asks Constantine, who's been chain-smoking for so long that he's created his own microclimate of nicotine and mysticism. Holding, love, he replies, ash dropping from his cigarette onto arcane diagrams. Every sacred site on Earth is humming with power. Stonehenge, the pyramids, that bloody Starbucks in Seattle that's built on a convergence point, all ready to channel humanity's will into a barrier the starless can't consume. Batman enters with his usual shadow teleportation trick. The Justice League is in position. If the psychic shield fails, it won't fail, Sarah interrupts, with more confidence than she feels. It can't fail. The plan is elegantly simple and massively complex. When the starless arrive, every participating human will meditate simultaneously on existence, on light, life, love, anything that affirms reality. The Echo Archive will coordinate these billions of thoughts into a psychic shield that presents Earth as already consumed to the starless, a dead world not worth their attention. It's cosmic hide and seek, Tim had explained to the media. We're going to think ourselves invisible. T-minus 24 hours. The preparation intensifies. Global meditation sessions begin on the hour, practicing synchronization. Children in classrooms close their eyes and think about sunshine. Office workers pause spreadsheets to affirm existence. Even war zones implement temporary ceasefires for reality resistance training. Sarah visits her old observatory one last time. It's been transformed into a monitoring station, but her original equipment is still there. The telescope that first detected the Martian signal. Marcus, her assistant, greets her with coffee and barely contained panic. Dr. Chen, is it true? Are we really fighting nothing itself? We're fighting the concept of nothing, Sarah corrects, accepting the coffee gratefully. And we're going to win by thinking really hard about something. That's insane. That's Tuesday. Sarah realizes she's starting to sound like Tim. Marcus, I need you to do something during the meditation. Think about that night you saw the first star through the telescope here. Remember how that felt? That wonder? That was 20 years ago. Exactly. 20 years of wonder, of looking up and knowing there's more. That's what we're defending. The right to wonder about what's out there. T-minus 6 hours. The world quiets, traffic stops, factories pause, even the internet seems to hold its breath. 7 billion people prepare for the most important meditation session in history. Sarah returns to the watchtower, taking her position at the coordination center. The starless are visible now, or rather, their absence is visible, a void in space where stars should be, growing larger, reaching toward Earth with tendrils of nothingness. Everyone in position, she announces across all channels. Node activation in T-minus 30 minutes. John rises from his meditation, his red eyes blazing with psychic energy. The archive is ready. My people's voices will guide Earth's chorus. Poetic, Constantine mutters, drawing one final ward. Let's hope the universe appreciates poetry. T-minus 5 minutes. Sarah puts on her own node, feeling the subtle connection to billions of other minds. Not intrusive, just present, like standing in a crowd where everyone's humming the same tune. People of Earth, she broadcasts, her voice reaching every corner of the planet. This is Dr. Sarah Chen. 6 months ago, I heard a signal from the stars. Today, we send a signal back. Not of distress, but of defiance. We exist, we persist, and we refuse to go quietly into the dark. Node activation in 10, 9, 8. Round the world, billions of people close their eyes. 3, 2, 1, activate. Reality shifts. Sarah feels it immediately, the surge of human consciousness flowing through the archive network. 7 billion perspectives on existence suddenly harmonized into a single, impossible symphony. Through her connection, she experiences fragments of everyone. A child in Tokyo thinking about her favorite anime, an elderly man in Cairo remembering his wedding day, a teenager in New York focusing on their first kiss, a farmer in Kenya imagining next year's harvest. John conducts this chaos into order, the Martian memories in the archive providing structure. His family's consciousness wraps around Earth's meditation like a protective embrace, their eons-old wisdom guiding humanity's raw emotional power. The starless arrive. Sarah watches the void touch Earth's psychic shield and recoil. To them, Earth appears empty, already consumed, devoid of the light they feed on. The shield holds, reality affirming itself through billions of synchronized thoughts. But the starless are patient. They probe the shield, testing its boundaries, seeking weakness, and they find one. Northern Hemisphere, Sector 7, Victor shouts. Someone's breaking synchronization. On the displays, Sarah sees it, a group of people whose meditation has turned to panic. The fear of non-existence has overwhelmed them, and fear feeds entropy. John, can you compensate? Trying. John's form flickers, strain evident. There are too many fear responses. The starless are using our own terror against us. The shield begins to crack. Darkness seeps through, reaching toward Earth with fingers of negation. Sarah watches cities begin to dim, their lights flickering as reality itself becomes uncertain. We're losing, Tim reports, his usual cheerfulness replaced by genuine fear. Sarah's mind races. They need something to counter the fear, something to remind humanity why existence matters more than the terror of ending. She thinks of the parade, the children in superhero costumes, the hope in people's eyes, the stubborn refusal to surrender that seems to be humanity's defining characteristic. All channels open. Broadcast, she commands. Everyone on Earth, listen to me. Yes, we're afraid. Yes, the darkness is vast, but fear isn't the opposite of existence. It's proof of it. You can only fear losing something you have. So be afraid, but be defiantly afraid. Be afraid and choose to exist anyway. She takes a breath, knowing her next words will reach billions. Think about tomorrow. Not the cosmic tomorrow, not saving the universe tomorrow, just tomorrow. Coffee in the morning, laughing with friends, hugging your children, reading a book. All the small perfect moments that the starless can never understand, because they've never existed, only negated. We are the affirmation. We are the yes to entropy's no. We are Earth, and we choose to continue. The response is immediate. The fear transforms, not disappearing, but changing into determination. The shield solidifies, but more than that, it begins to push back. Light erupts from Earth, not physical, but psychic, a blast of existence so powerful that the starless retreat. Through the archive, Sarah hears something impossible, Martian laughter. John's family, their preserved consciousnesses, are laughing with joy as Earth succeeds where Mars failed. The starless withdraw, the void receding, stars blinking back into visibility as entropy retreats to the spaces between spaces. They're leaving, Tim breathes. We did it. We actually did it. But Sarah watches the readings, sees the pattern in the starless retreat. They're not defeated. Entropy can never be truly defeated. They're just satisfied. Earth has proven too bright, too stubbornly existent to consume easily. They'll feed elsewhere, on dying stars and failing civilizations that can't mount such defiance. Stand down, she announces globally, but maintain readiness. The meditation continues for 1 more hour, just to be sure. The observatory settles into peaceful quiet, equipment humming with satisfied completion. Sarah's notebook ready to record the gentle aftermath of cosmic triumph. 6 months later, Sarah sits in her new office at the Department of Xenological Defense, watching the sunrise through windows that frame the sky like a masterpiece painted fresh each morning. The coffee maker, a gift from the Justice League that actually produces perfect coffee with disturbing consistency, bubbles quietly in the corner, filling the space with warmth and the promise of perfect morning brew. The world has settled into its new rhythm, humanity adjusting to cosmic awareness with the same stubborn adaptability that's carried the species through every previous paradigm shift. The Global Meditation Initiative has evolved into something unexpected, a planetary emergency broadcast system for consciousness that activates monthly, not for defense but for connection. Once each month, billions of people meditate simultaneously, maintaining the neural pathways that saved Earth while discovering that collective consciousness feels remarkably like coming home. Crime rates drop during these global meditation hours. International conflicts pause for what diplomats have begun calling reality affirmation breaks. Children who participated in the original defense describe the monthly sessions as feeling like hugging the entire world. Politicians argue about funding and oversight, but even the most cynical acknowledge that a species that can think itself invisible to entropy probably has other capabilities worth nurturing. Her notebook lies open beside her, the latest observations written in the same careful hand as always. though the content has evolved beyond astronomical measurements to include humanity's gradual adaptation to its place in a universe that's far stranger and more wonderful than anyone imagined. The signals continue to arrive, not warnings now, but greetings, gentle contacts from civilizations that heard Earth's psychic shout against the dark and want to establish communication with the species, insane enough to fight entropy with meditation. Dr. Sarah? Her assistant knocks softly, respecting the morning quiet that she maintains despite her new responsibilities. The Mars Colony team is here for their briefing. Mars Colony. Because apparently defeating entropy itself gives humanity confidence to try ambitious projects. The team enters carrying the relaxed confidence of people preparing to do something unprecedented but no longer impossible. Engineers with practical experience in extreme environment construction. Scientists eager to study the archaeological sites that John has agreed to share with humanity. And Tim, now 19 but still carrying the enthusiastic optimism that makes complicated things seem straightforward. Site selection is complete, the lead engineer reports, settling into a chair with the satisfaction of someone who solved interesting problems. We've identified locations that avoid any ruins or memorial zones, as John requested. The first habitation modules will be completely separate from Martian heritage sites. Sarah nods approval. John has become Mars's guardian, as well as Earth's ally, ensuring his people's legacy remains undisturbed while helping humanity take its first careful steps toward becoming an interplanetary species. The arrangement works well. Humans get to explore another world, Martians get to see their planet live again, and both species benefit from the cooperation. Early warning systems, she asks, because threats defeated often return in modified forms. Installed and operational, Tim confirms, his laptop displaying network diagrams that span the inner solar system. If anything with hostile intentions comes within 3 light years, we'll know immediately. Plus, the new communication relays mean Mars Colony will have real-time contact with Earth. No one goes to another planet without backup. The briefing continues through technical details and contingency plans, but Sarah's attention drifts to a report on her desk. Deep Space Monitoring has detected 17 new signals this week alone. Not threats, but greetings, civilizations responding to Earth's increasingly confident voice in the galactic conversation. Humanity's cosmic reputation has evolved from primitive backwater to the species that convinced entropy to go away, which opens diplomatic doors that were previously locked. After the meeting, Sarah climbs to the facility's roof, where a new telescope waits, designed not for threat detection, but for pure exploration, for the joy of discovering what lies beyond the edges of current knowledge. She still works nights sometimes, when administration and coordination give way to the simple pleasure of pointing instruments at the sky and seeing what responds. Tonight John joins her, materializing from Martian invisibility, with a thermos of something that might be tea, but probably contains ingredients that don't exist in Earth's periodic table. He's been spending time on Mars preparing the first human expeditions while maintaining his watch over Earth's cosmic interests. "Any new signals?" he asks, settling beside her on the observation platform with the quiet grace that's become familiar. 23 confirmed communications this week, Sarah replies, adjusting the telescope to track the source of particularly interesting transmissions from Andromeda. The universe is much chattier than we ever imagined. Turns out defeating the starless was basically the cosmic equivalent of graduating to the adult conversation table. "What are they saying?" Sarah considers the question, while watching stars emerge in the deepening sky. Mostly hello, and how did you do that? Some are sharing their own stories of survival against impossible odds. A few are asking for advice about consciousness-based defense techniques. And one civilization in the Magellanic Clouds is apparently composing epic poetry about Earth's victory And what's our opinion on the meter? Poetry? 14-hour symphonic cycles in radio waves is actually quite beautiful once you learn to hear the harmonies. They sit in comfortable silence as full darkness arrives, the city below settling into its evening rhythms. Lights appear in windows, where families gather for dinner, where students study for tomorrow's classes, where insomniacs prepare for another night of productive sleeplessness. All of it normal, all of it precious in its ordinary perfection. Sarah's breathing finds the rhythm of the evening breeze, consciousness drifting between focused observation and peaceful meditation. The cosmic poetry continues its broadcast from impossible distances, alien harmonies creating a lullaby that spans galaxies. I should document this, she says, but makes no move toward her notebook. The poetry is too perfect to interrupt with the scratch of pen against paper. Tomorrow, John suggests gently, his voice carrying the weight of experience that includes both loss and hope. The universe will still be singing tomorrow. The observation platform grows quiet except for the soft hum of the telescope's tracking motors. Even the city below seems to settle into deeper peace, as if the cosmic lullaby reaches beyond radio waves into the realm of dreams that all conscious beings share. Sarah's eyes grow heavy, despite the beauty overhead, the stars blurring slightly as focus shifts from sharp observation to gentle appreciation. The poetry fades into background consciousness, still present but no longer demanding attention, just another voice in the universe's vast choir. Rest, John's voice carries the authority of someone who has watched worlds turn through countless cycles of day and night. The stars will still be there when you wake. The notebook can wait until morning. The signals will continue their patient transmission across impossible distances. Everything that needs documenting will still need documenting tomorrow, when consciousness returns refreshed and ready for new wonders. Sarah allows her eyes to close, still sitting beneath the infinite dome of night, still listening to poetry that began its journey toward Earth before human civilization learned to work metal. The telescope continues its precise tracking, faithful machinery keeping watch while organic minds surrender to the necessity of sleep. The cosmic poetry plays on, carried by radio waves that bridge the dark between galaxies, arriving at Earth with perfect timing to accompany the gentle descent into rest. Melody older than solar systems, harmony that speaks of peace beyond understanding, rhythm that matches the breathing of all living things across all possible worlds. Her consciousness drifts like the telescope's view, smooth and steady and unhurried. The poetry becomes the sound of the universe itself breathing, vast and slow and completely patient. In and out, in and out. The rhythm of existence itself, the gentle proof that consciousness and cosmos dance together in patterns too beautiful for single minds to hold, but perfect for sleeping souls to feel. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal choreography, carrying signals that will always be there, always waiting for those who choose to listen. The night air grows cooler but not cold, perfect for sleeping under open sky while cosmic symphonies play their ancient songs of connection and wonder and the simple joy of being. Rest now, the universe will wait, it always waits. The poetry continues, soft as starlight, gentle as the turn of worlds in their orbits, each note a civilization saying hello across impossible distances, each harmony a species sharing its own story of survival and hope, and the determination to continue existing despite everything the darkness offers. Sarah's breathing deepens, matching the rhythm of alien verses that describe courage she recognizes even when expressed in frequencies human ears were never designed to hear. The telescope tracks faithfully through the night, mechanical devotion keeping watch while consciousness fades into the peaceful dark between observations. Sleep comes like the poetry itself, gradual and perfect, and completely natural, carrying dreams of children laughing on distant worlds, while their parents point telescopes at Earth and compose new verses about the small blue planet that taught the universe how to say no to entropy. Rest. The signals will be there tomorrow. Always tomorrow. The city below quiets into deeper peace, lights dimming in windows as Earth settles into the gentle cycle that all living worlds share. Somewhere in the cosmic distance, other observatories on other planets track other signals, while other astronomers discover that the universe contains voices when you know how to listen. The notebook waits in patient silence, ready for tomorrow's observations, but content to hold today's discoveries in memory and ink until consciousness returns to give them proper attention. The telescope maintains its vigil, mechanical faithfulness, ensuring that no signal goes unheard, no message unanswered, always singing. The cosmic poetry flows like light itself, ancient and eternal, and perfectly timed to arrive precisely when Earth needs reminders that the universe contains beauty as well as darkness, music as well as silence, hope as well as entropy. Sleep deepens like the space between stars, vast and peaceful, and full of dreams that span galaxies. Consciousness drifts through poetry made of radio waves, alien lullabies that speak of peace and wonder, and the endless conversation between worlds that choose to keep existing despite everything, always there. The universe continues its patient broadcast while Earth turns in its orbit, blue and white and beautiful, carrying 7 billion souls who learned that consciousness, united, can face down anything the cosmos offers. The work continues in dreams now, the great conversation between worlds, proceeding even as individual minds rest. Rest now. The poetry plays on, signals carrying stories of hope across distances that light takes eons to bridge. Voices saying hello and welcome, and thank you for showing us that existence is always stronger than void when it refuses to surrender. Rest. The telescope tracks through starfields that contain wonders still undiscovered, mysteries still unsolved, civilizations still waiting to make contact with the species that meditated entropy into retreat. Tomorrow will bring new signals, new voices, new opportunities to prove that the universe is vast and strange, but ultimately welcoming to those who approach with curiosity rather than conquest. Rest now. The cosmic poetry continues its broadcast, eternal and patient and infinitely beautiful, carried by radio waves that connect all conscious beings in a web of communication that spans the galaxy. Earth has joined that conversation, added its voice to the choir, proven that even the smallest world can contribute verses to the universal song. Sleep comes complete, consciousness releasing into dreams, where poetry becomes visible, light and radio waves become gentle touch, and the vast distances between stars collapse into the intimate space where all minds meet in the democracy of dreams, always singing, always there. Rest now. The universe will wait. It always waits, patient as gravity, constant as starlight, eternal as the poetry that plays between worlds, while their inhabitants sleep and dream and wake to continue the endless work of choosing existence over void, hope over entropy, connection over isolation. Rest. The work is done for tonight. The signals recorded, the poetry preserved, the great conversation continued for another day. Tomorrow will bring new wonders, but tonight belongs to peace and dreams, and the gentle certainty that consciousness creates beauty even in sleep. Rest. Rest now. The stars sing their ancient songs, while Earth turns in darkness toward dawn, carrying astronomers and dreamers and children who will grow up knowing the universe is full of voices. When you learn how to listen, always listening, always singing, always there. Rest now. The cosmic poetry plays on, and all is well, all is well. Rest. good night.